Hello everyone, Santir here, and welcome to my Guild Wars 1 stream. And we're taking a break from the quest for unlocking all skills, the quest for UAS. All skills unlocked? I don't know how you'd want to actually phrase that. Because I want to check out new stuff. And the first thing that I want to do, because I know people will ask about it, because people asked about the last round of skill updates. Because I don't know, I did this thing called a skill review project, like, I don't even know how many years ago now. Probably 8. I'd have to actually check. That might be wrong. But it's been a very long time. It's been many years. And by some miracle, Guild Wars 1 has receiving skill updates again. So people were curious about the previous round of skill updates, and I'm sure people will be curious about the fresh round of skill updates that we have, which is why I'm hopping onto this assassin to talk about skill updates. So let us... Hey, Salty Grease. So let's start by just talking about skill updates. That's what we're going to do for the first part of today. Then I want to check out some of these dungeons that have been getting added, because I've been hearing about them, but I haven't actually gone to investigate them at all yet. And so I want, because I want to do it on camera, as it were. And I thought I saw hair floating around my microphone weirdly. But I want to do that on camera, and I just hadn't made time for it yet. So we're going to do that today. So that's the plans for today. Depending upon how long that takes, I also will likely want to spend a little bit of time on some of the anniversary stuff. I was looking at this character earlier, and she has a birthday, but she also does not have a set of daggers that give expertise. So those sorts of things would be kind of nice. So we're back on my main account today. Where I do have all skills unlocked and have had for approximately ages. Also, I think I was killing the Great Destroyer most recently, so that's exciting. I don't need this. Okay, so let's just check out. Deadly Haste is the first skill on our list. Deadly Haste should be right here. So let's see what the actual notes say. I kind of don't want to leave. Let's see, maybe if I just do this and then narrow it here. I am adjusting my wiki page so that way I can still see the chat while seeing the wiki at the same time. Okay, I usually have the wiki on full screen, so that way it's easier to read stuff, but... Okay, so they reduced the energy cost from 10 to 5, which makes this a lot more affordable. Increased the recharge speed of half-range skills, so the recharge is a lot lower. That's actually going to help a lot. Obviously, we should look at it at like 12. That's practically 50% faster at 12 critical strikes. The main skill you'd be using that with is like Dancing Daggers. And making Dancing Daggers... Let's see, is this also... Yeah, that has half a normal range. That one's not as exciting as Dancing Daggers. It certainly makes it more usable. I'd have to really play with it to see if it feels worth it. Part of it is I'd have to look at, like, what are all the half-range spells? There's not a ton. But Dancing Daggers is kind of the big one. I feel like... I mean, this would continue to be a 2, and according to my ranking rubric, just because it's narrow. Its application is very narrow. But this certainly makes it a lot more usable. Does it make it usable enough for me to want to use it? Probably not, but I would certainly give it a go. Maybe we should go to actually... Here, I just want to see how this feels. The problem with a build like this is you're kind of splitting yourself around a little bit, because the part of the appeal of Dancing Daggers is it counts as a lead attack that also can't miss or whatever. Like, it's not affected by hit calculations because it's a spell, not an attack. I don't know if I have an easy way of looking for... Like, I could look it up on the wiki, but I don't want to... So we're not going to look up all the half-range spells. Like, Dancing Daggers is definitely the first one that comes to mind. So that cost definitely feels a lot better. Okay, so here's what my initial thought is. Yeah, is this would allow Dancing Daggers to take over the role of Jagged Strike. In the dagger spam combo. Now, you're spending an additional skill slot on that and going into a different attribute. The advantage of it is that it, well, let's just say a certain scan gets rid of any advantages it had. I know they also got rid of the half-range status on a couple of skills. So we'll talk about those later. I'm genuinely not entirely sure what circumstances I'd want to use this. Like this one, Siphon Speed, they got rid of the half-range status. Like it, Caltrops doesn't really need the help, does it? All right, I'm scanning through for half-range things. It's just not a property that is super common, and they got rid of a couple. So it's like, does it make it significantly stronger? Yes. Does it make it stronger enough to want to use? Well, there's just not the body of things for it to work with. Is the problem? I'm just scanning through looking for anything that's half range. This was, now isn't. We'll talk about that when we get to it, which should be soon. It may be interesting with Disrupting Dagger, actually, because that would allow you to be able to interrupt more frequently. Like, basically lowering this to a 5-second recharge is pretty nice. Let's see. Yeah, none of these are gonna be half-range spells. I think this is like a random spell in here. Like, okay, so there's just not a whole lot of skills for it to work with. I think if I were to be using it, I would go with a build that looks a little bit okay, once everything loads in there. I think I would where is Foxfang? F. Here it is. I'm not sure what you'd use as an elite. That slot's pretty open. But I'd probably consider something interesting. You could consider something like this and then bring whatever elite you feel like bringing. You could easily bring Way of the Empty Palm here, because this will make your energy management easy. But I'd probably try a build like this. Augury of Death has its uses. I may or may not want that one, but Crippling Dagger allowing you to be able to snare enemies more frequently. It's really Disrupting Dagger being shorter and being able to use Dancing Daggers as your lead instead of Jagged Strike that gives this kind of appeal. So this is probably the direction that I'd go if I was trying to do something with Deadly Haste. You could certainly tweak up to, like, 13 is probably slightly better critical strikes value to have. Something more like this. I mean, I'd rearrange it so the dagger mastery was at 12, but this would give that enough to make sure you're for sure hitting the threshold. Then you could... This is obviously against the high armor target. But honestly, this feels like a viable alternative for that. Yeah, and there's Augury going. I don't know why I failed to hit there. But also being able to have Disrupting Dagger on a quick recharge is pretty spicy because it would allow you to be able to interrupt more frequently. So something like this maybe is the direction that I'd go if I was trying to build around this particular skill. But it just doesn't have a whole lot of options for building around it. But it certainly is interesting. The next one... Yeah, I'd want to go 13 and 12. So the next one is Golden Skull Strike. They increased... It says it's changed the day's defect time from 1 to 5 to 1 to 12. If they did, it is not properly recorded here. So, I mean, it definitely needs that buff. I'm just not seeing that that buff actually came through. Because, that's still showing the same rate. Yeah, the wiki notes that the day's duration is unchanged. And Shadow Prison apparently has recharge unchanged. So it looks like there's been a number of updates here that were not properly recorded. Let's just say if they actually did update Golden Skull Strike like that, it needs it. The day's duration is just way too short. So that would be a welcome change. Mantis Touch. This is really interesting to me. So they increased the recharge time to 20 seconds, but they got rid of the lead attack requirement, but it still counts as an offhand attack. It says they changed it to trick, it's now just a skill. They're definitely like still figuring out some of the pipeline stuff, I think. But what's really interesting to me is this counts as an offhand attack, which allows you to jump straight to a dual attack. Basically, what that makes this is it's kind of like Palm Strike, except not an elite with a much longer recharge and without damage. But this is a touch skill. And this is not. So the fact that you can do this at range as a snare is also just really handy. Like a ranged snare like this is actually quite useful, especially when it can lead into dual attacks just by being an offhand. So I think this actually gains a lot of potential utility. The problem is you're never gonna like overcome, you know, your dagger spam. Death Blossom is just too good. So definitely a welcome change. Definitely makes it a lot more usable. And what in particular, what's exciting to me about this is it makes it a lot easier to gap close enemies. It also synergizes really well with Trampling Ox that cares about a foe being crippled for a knockdown. So it leads straight into that. But it's also long enough recharge that you just can't really rely on it. So, you know, it's a welcome change, but not like a huge thing. Mark of Insecurity. So what the wiki indicates with this is that they slightly increased the health generation, and that they decreased the disable of non-assassin skills from 10 seconds to 5, which, like, fine. The real reason for that disable is that way Mesmerisk could stop abusing it in PvP. And I think that's just not understanding how the skill system works in this game. You want to ask me? That's what my recollection of it was. Maybe Necromancers. It certainly like makes it more usable on secondaries, but like here's the thing. This is a skill that's useful for like warriors as well, and except for the part where you don't want to lose all of your adrenaline. So I feel like they should just get rid of the non-assassin skill disable clause, at least in PvE. And I honestly doubt it would be too big of an issue in PvP, but if it is, they can just split off a PvP version and add the penalty there if they really want to. I really hate clunky phrases like that, and I honestly don't think this change really changes a whole lot about this skill. It would, I don't remember what I rated it before, but it's just not super high. I mean, it's useful in some cases, but honestly, there's just no reason to use this over proper. Like, I don't care about making their stances last shorter. If I need to deal with stances, I have Wild Strike, or I can go /Warrior for Wild Blow. If I want to get rid of enchantments, I can bring stuff to get rid of enchantments. So this is kind of this is not really a PvE skill as it is. It's a skill to help with pressure in PvP, and it is good at that for sure. But I don't know, it just doesn't excite me a whole lot. The thing is, this is going to come up several times over the course of these skill updates. The big issue with degeneration effects is that degen is just too slow for the rate of encounters in PvE the majority of the time. Degen is a really strong pressure strategy. It's good for wearing out, and this is like really good for wearing out defenses. And so like those sorts of pressure strategies are really useful in PvP because the encounters are long, because you're having to like fight through each other's resources and defenses and all those sorts of things. That makes something like this useful there, but in PvE, degen in particular, just, like increasing the degen a little bit just doesn't do anything in PvE because fights are just too short for them to matter. Harambe Did Nothing has achieved the title Legendary Survivor is really funny. Anyway, just seeing that pop up in chat there. So I wouldn't say that these changes really change anything for this skill in terms of like how I'd rate it or anything like that. It's just too insignificant. If it was something where they got rid of the clause, all of your non-assassin skills are disabled, excuse me, for 5 seconds, I'd be way more excited. If they added a snaring effect to this, like, and that foe moves slower, I would be way more excited. But as it is, degen and defensive things ending faster, while good, is just not going to be a whole lot. Guild Wars Reforged, when did this release? It released December 3rd of last year, I think it was. A lot of it initially was a package update, but they've added, so they've been doing some skill changes. It's basically a repackage of Guild Wars 1. So it puts all 3 campaigns together into one purchase package. And then, so if you already have Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars Reforged is just that. So if you already have a Guild Wars 1 account. But it packages all of the things. They redid some of the pricing in the store, and they've been actually adding some new content, and there's been some new skill updates. So, also welcome, Honey's a Beast. I'm just talking about skill updates because that's something people expect from me, and it's fun to do. But yeah, so that's enough time spent on that one. Scorpion Wire, what they did with this is they reduced the activation distance from 100 feet to 75 feet. And I'm going to be honest, that's going to make it more useful, but I don't have a really good sense. I guess this is also half range, so you could use this over Augury of Death. I don't have a really good sense for how far that is, because it's not like this game does a great job of projecting distances. Like, Isle of the Nameless would need to have some sort of, like, thing to indicate what that looks like. Okay, so if I go to this, I drop this on, and I start running away, There's an aggro bubble. Okay, so it's roughly an aggro bubble. If you saw that. So if I go, yep, that's aggro bubble. Okay. Okay. So they basically moved it to aggro bubble distance, which I didn't know aggro bubble had a radius of 75 feet, but here we are. Really, that's 75 feet. I always have such a hard time with such measurements. I don't know. I don't even know if that's actually supposed to be feet or what. I usually think of the single tick mark as feet. Honestly, that makes it a lot more useful. I could see that being really handy against foes that are running around. So the biggest problem with a move like this, and it's the same problem that Augury of Death has to some extent as well, is that it can be a little unpredictable. So you can kind of get disoriented when it happens, and that can make it really hard to react in a timely manner to be able to take advantage of the effect. That said, I bet Sweet on Warrior with Stonefist. Suddenly you're next to an enemy that's knocked down for 3 seconds and you can wallop them. That's kind of spicy. I like that change because it makes it a lot easier to know when it's going to activate, having it be exactly aggro bubble range. So I do think that's a really, really good change for what it's worth. How much that makes it a change that I'm going to make is going to make me use a skill, I don't know on that, but it certainly makes it. It feels a lot better to be able to have that as a visual reference to work with. Okay, the next one was they dropped the recharge of this from 45 seconds to 20 seconds. That's super exciting. Definitely makes this a spell that I want to play around with and see how it feels. It's basically like you go to a foe for 10 seconds, you unload your combo on them, and then when the hex ends, you go away and they get a deep wound. You probably wanted to leave them with a degen condition on there, so that way it can be lethal. But I think that's really interesting because it puts it at a much quicker recharge, and this is a go in and get out type of one, although not one that you have control over. So I think that's pretty interesting. Shadow Prison, it said that they reduced the recharge from 25 to 15. It apparently did not go through. That would be really cool, though, and it would make this a lot even more usable than it already is. Like, this is already a pretty solid one. But dropping the recharge by 10 seconds would be really nice. What's particularly useful about Shadow Prison is because it hexes, it works with the like Black Spider Strike that wants to hit a hexed foe type skills, which is really nice. 10 energy is a lot, but the snare is quite handy and has good utility, so it's a little bit of a nice trade-off. But they didn't actually update it, so there's nothing much more to say about it. Shadow Shroud. This is Shroud of Silence, which is not Shadow Shroud. I think that's Shadow Arts. Yeah, okay, so let's move our points from Deadly Arts to Shadow Arts. So the things that said here, they reduced the energy cost to from 10 to 5 and reduced the activation time to be a quarter second instead of a full second. I mean, that mouse, don't roll off on me. Cannot be the target of enchantments. I mean, certainly improves the usability. This is not really, again, this is much more of a PvP skill than a PvE skill. I'm trying to think of areas where I care about preempting enchantments in PvE. And I'm not really coming up with a whole lot. I could maybe see wanting this against the Stone Summit, kinda, because of Mark of Protection, but honestly, most of the time I would rather bring enchantment removal. What this is most useful against people who spam Reversal of Fortune or those sorts of quick recharge enchantments. Reversal of Fortune is like a big one that this is really good against. Guardian also really nice for stopping that. Why am I blanking on the elite version of Reversal of Fortune? Life Sheath. So like, it would be super handy in that one insignia. Is that what they call them? The trials that you can have in Xingje to be able to get your like slightly stronger weapon and unlock skills. There's the one there that's about removing enchantments, but they use Life Sheath, which got changed to be a Reversal of Fortune, and it makes it super difficult. Shadow Shroud would be really nice there, but that's not you're not gonna have Shadow Shroud then. This is just a PvP skill, and it certainly makes it more useful, but I don't know enough about the PvP environment to know how it actually feels there. Shadowy Burden. So this one, it says they increased the armor reduction scales. I mean, that certainly is really strong, especially... Actually, let's go test something. Let's just put Black Mana's Thrust on here. I don't care. It's probably specifically attacks and not spells, too. We'll check that. This is Cold Daggers. So what I'm in particular interested in is, so if I just attack this, yeah, I'm getting hits. Okay, there's 33 is my crit, right? And this hits for 12. So if I drop this on, yeah, okay. And that, okay, so it does not affect the spell damage from Disrupting Dagger, which hits for earth damage, but it definitely affects attacks. The thing that's really exciting about this one, and what I was testing, I probably wasn't clear on that, is this affects 60 armor. So it's not like cracked armor that doesn't affect that. This is definitely a useful effect, and having a scale up is definitely good. Also is affecting my cold damage daggers, so it cares about attacks. This might be useful against high armor foes like destroyers. It definitely feels really difficult to make good use of in PvE though, because a lot of times you do bring a lot more hexes. Empathy, mistrust, ineptitude, those sorts of things. Where this has to be the only hex, it's very easy for it to get shut off. I can understand why it has that clause from a PvP standpoint, but from PvE, it just makes it less usable. If they wanted me to use this in PvE, it would need to have like a 5 energy cost, 5-second recharge, and get rid of the while target has no other hexes clause, and then I'd use it in PvE. But that'd be way too strong for PvP, obviously. It's definitely like a solid effect. It's just in that makes it better, but it's not something that I'm going to be whipping out in PvE particularly. Shameful Fear. That's a hex, but I think that's Deadly Arts. Yeah. So all they did here is they reduced the activation time from 2 seconds to 1, which makes it significantly more usable. So it makes, for 10 seconds, the target foe moves a little bit faster, but each second if they're moving, they take damage. I've never really considered this especially good. You don't typically want to make your foes faster. And the damage, while nice, like that's equivalent to 8 pips of degen right there. But it goes over degen. This is a PvP skill, though. To get people who are kiting to take more damage, and is good part of a pressure build, and this certainly makes it more usable there. But this is not a skill I'm particularly excited about, and I'm not going to use it in PvE. Siphon Speed. So they changed this from half range to full range, which makes this so much more usable as a snare. This makes me a lot more excited to try this spell now and to actually use it. It's a cheap hex. If the foe is moving, it recharges in a reasonable time frame. Kind of sucks if they aren't, but it also just makes it a lot easier to chase down foes. So that actually is a significant enough change that it makes me interested in trying out this spell. And seeing how it actually feels to, use. So I think that's a huge change. It's a pretty significant one. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot more to say on that. I think that's a really good change. Yep. So that's Assassin. Where's Barry? Also in GTOB. Good for him. So he have some random minor runes. Elite scrolls. I've been wanting to. If the secondary market in this game was easier to use, I would be selling some of these things. But the secondary market is a pain in the butt, so haven't been. Apparently I'm on a spear build right now, and I don't know why I went to him when I need to look at Dervish anyway. Okay. Okay. So Dervish, they said Farmer's Scythe got split, which conveniently is already on my bar. Okay, so this is the PvE version. That was not changed. So this is the PvP version. It hits a lot harder. I see. This makes a lot of sense. I don't have a whole lot to comment on it because it's a PvP change. And a lot of these Dervish ones are aimed at PvP. So I'm not really going to comment on Farmer Scythe, Guiding Hands, Lys's Haste, or Mystic Healing. What I will say is that this makes sense as a change for PvP just because it's a lot harder to hit multiple foes at once. So it makes sense that they'd want to make it more rewarding to use. And to perhaps try to adjust some of the meta with Dervishes, as I understand they're quite strong in PvP. So I don't really have much to say on Guiding Hands having its recharge time dramatically cut in PvP, Lys's Haste having its energy cost cut, or Mystic Healing having its recharge cut. Meditation. So this, they changed from down to 15-second recharge. It's still not a skill you want to use super often because you lose all adrenaline. Yeah, I mean, this is a useful energy engine. It works especially well with Pious Renewal builds. If you need more energy, that's typically not a problem that I have in those sorts of builds, but I don't know. If you want to fuel Flame Burst or something. I think this is good because it gives more options to weird sort of builds that are trying to do energy management stuff, but it remains a 2 of a niche sort of skill that, like, I'm not going to use generally speaking. It's a favorable change, but... this one, they reduced the recharge. I think that's good. It already costs adrenaline, which functions as a recharge of its own. And it's not like this is a super powerful skill, so I think that's good. Reaper Sweep, slightly reduced adrenaline cost from 8 to 7. That makes it more usable. The big complaint that I honestly have about Dervish Elite is Scythe attacks. I should just say Elite Scythe attacks. Is that they're both teardown skills. So if they really wanted me to be interested, they would make one of these not a teardown, and Reaper Sweep is the better candidate for it than Wounding Strike. Give me something that I can use on a secondary more easily, and I'd be a lot more excited. This is a fairly strong move, though. I think this is kind of like an Earthshaker for Dervish a little bit. I don't have a whole lot of comment about it though. Like, let's just say that this slight change does not make me more interested in using this skill. And I already was not super interested in using this as an elite skill. I'd rather use something like Onslaught to improve my movement, attack speed, etc., or Pious Renewal, which works with all of my teardown skills. Or like an Avatar form. Or like I'm going specialized with like Vow of Silence or something. Using daggers with Zealous Vow, that sort of thing. Or Vow of Revolution for that matter. Which they actually buffed Vow of Revolution to... Yeah, you probably have to get kind of high. So, let's see if Guys, inventory is actually clearer than it used to be. This is the character that I've kind of slowly been theoretically going for Guam on. Does that get me high enough? Yeah. I'm not quite sure where that breakpoint is. Okay, it's at 14 for 6 energy regen. Um, I do think that's a good change, by the way. Just to make Vow of Revolution slightly stronger. There's no reason for it not to be. I don't have a whole lot to say about it other than that. It's Vow of Revolution is a useful seeming skill, but it's a little like making it +6. It just makes sense because it allows you to be able to max out your regen. Obviously, I can't right now because I'm on a Zeal Scythe, but excuse me. I think that's a good change. Yeah, and they also made Zealous Vow -2 energy regen. I think that's a really good change because that makes this a lot more usable. In particular, this makes it a lot easier to use this on Warrior and Paragon. Which actually, that change makes me a lot more interested in using this skill on a Paragon. In particular, because while that would cancel out your energy regen, it would make every hit gain energy, and it would just cancel out your energy regen. It wouldn't put you negative. So that makes this feel a lot more usable on those in particular, which I think is really notable. So it also means that you're not entirely like, yeah. So anyway, I think that's a really good change in terms of like improving the usability of Zealous Vow for Warrior or Paragon that are, in particular, those two, looking to use some of the energy-based spear attacks. So I really like that change from that standpoint. The last one that I haven't mentioned here because I've been going in a weird order is Rending Touch, which is up here in Mysticism, and they increased the Adrenaline Strike. Target foe loses 1 enchantment and you gain 2 strikes of Adrenaline. I already thought the skill was decent in like a Pious Renewal or other sort of teardown oriented build in areas where you have enchantments that you want to get rid of, and that just, it also makes it a good way to sort of accelerate some of your energy or your adrenaline things. In particular, what's notable is you can gain adrenaline very quickly with Scythes just because of the multi-hit property. So the fact that that goes up is also very nice. The other thing that's also really important to note about this is the only thing that scales with Mysticism is the damage. So this is quite usable on a Dervish secondary for those effects. So if for some reason you're doing some sort of wonky build, as I might do, that uses some of the other, like, you could use it on a Gren's Grasp build, like a Gren's Grasp Sword Warrior, which works actually fairly well because Sword likes to work with Crippled. You can work with that and bring Rending Touch as a way of getting rid of enchantments, and building up 2 strikes of Adrenaline is pretty notable. So that definitely makes it a bit stronger. It's still the primary effect of this. I would not bring this for the Adrenaline gain. I'd bring this for the enchantment removal, and the Adrenaline gain is a nice bonus. So, not a whole lot to say about that, quite frankly. It feels like a lot of the changes are more towards trying to address some PvP balance things. Elementalist, I know there were people hang out in my Discord that are like, we wish the Elementalist gotten a bit more love. And it's like, yeah, Elementalists kind of need more love. So they changed like all of 5 skills here. So let's just briefly talk about them. Energy Boon is the first one on the list. They cut the recharge of this from 20 to 12, and that definitely makes this a heck of a lot more usable. What's really interesting about this skill is, yeah, when this enchantment is first applied, you and your target gain 11 energy. So this works as an energy management skill that you can use to kind of support allies. So this provides a potential alternative to BIP for energy management, I guess. That's how that works, right? Let me go to GTOB. Isle of the Nameless. Energy Boon. Just want to make sure I'm remembering how the skill works properly. It is not one I've used particularly often. Yeah. So that does allow it to work as an energy management like variant. I don't know if it's quite strong enough to fully displace BIP or anything like that. Yeah, I gained 17 and they gained 11. But the fact that it restores your own energy, it does support increased maximum health a bit. Um, so Zenmai is getting like 75 more HP, which is kind of nice. Certainly makes it more usable that way. So let me think about this for a second. So a max BIP is 20 energy. So this is like half a BIP, but with a recharge. BIP doesn't have a recharge. But more maximum health. I don't know. This doesn't quite reach the ability to displace BIP in terms of energy management, but it definitely provides an option for team energy management, and the lower recharge makes it more usable on that front. So that's pretty exciting. I don't know. It definitely feels more usable. I don't know if it's actually good, but it definitely feels a lot more usable. I probably would not. I'd probably focus on other elites for damage and stuff, but I could see on a utility-oriented elementalist that it would be a strong option, especially if you're going really high on energy storage, which I typically wouldn't be, but I mean, I'm at 13. It's not like I'd be going a ton higher, but that's interesting to think about. They dropped the recharge on this one by 5 seconds. That doesn't make a huge change to me. The problem with these sorts of things for energy management is they just don't provide enough oomph for your elementalist spells, and that's where something like elemental attunement is just going to be stronger, or just your attunements in general. So it's more a measure of how does this work if you're doing stuff with your secondary, and like this skill is kind of made for PvP, I think, a little bit. The challenge with this skill is that doing two very different things. It's a brief damage reduction effect that's very potent. So it's a self-defense skill that's also energy management, and that's just really clunky. Now, that's almost a full BIP's worth of energy that grants you for 5 energy. So it's like, it's fine, but like, Ether Prodigy is stronger energy management if you want energy management. So you're probably bringing this because you want the defensive effect. And I don't know. This is still a very specific elite and not one that I'm inclined to use a whole lot, regardless of that sort of, like, it would have to be like a much, much shorter recharge for me to consider using this one in PvE. And I can't comment on its PvP usage. Iron Mist. So that's Earth Magic. Earth Magic, not Earth Prayers. So this one's a really awkward one. Just like, I'd probably want to still be up there. So I'd probably go like here and then here. Where even is Iron Mist? There it is. Yeah, you can see the problem with this right away. So it increased the air magic spell activation and recharge time bonus. So your air magic spells that target a foe activate and recharge 30% faster, but you are overcast by 2 points. I mean, that's a potentially strong effect, especially the recharge reduction is really nice. But these cross profession or like cross attribute skills are always been really clunky. The armor is nice, but the big problem this has is 13 seconds uptime Like, maybe if I'm using elemental attunement, that goes up a little bit. And but probably to like 15 seconds. So with a 20-second recharge, it just simply does not have 100% uptime. And so you can't, like, anything that you're trying to build around, not having 100% uptime feels bad. So it's like, it's better, but is it really better enough for me to want to use? No. I'm very unlikely to dedicate a slot to this. But the other thing is, like, what skills am I reducing? Like, the increased cast time is definitely nice. What am I reducing the recharge on? Like, chain lightning, am I taking this to 4 seconds? Does that matter? Do I want that to be 7? It's like, it's nice, but it 33% is not quite enough to excite me. When a lot of these are short anyway, or like fairly short. Like, so you're taking off like 1 or 2 seconds, which is, again, it's nice, but it's not like exciting me. I guess it's nice for Glimmering Mark, taking that down from 15 to 10. But a lot of these are short enough recharges that it doesn't feel like it makes a huge... Like, it makes a difference, but it doesn't make a huge difference, and the additional overcast is probably not worth it. And the biggest problem is it doesn't have 100% uptime, so... Magnetic Surge, the activation time improvement is nice. I mean, I like Magnetic Surge, and it's a skill that a spell that I tend to use in Earth Prayers regardless, so it just makes it a little bit more usable, and that's fine. I don't have a whole lot to say about that one. Probably the most interesting one of these is Vapor Blade being reduced to 5 energy, which, like, makes that a lot more usable. And is a welcome source of damage for water magic. So I think that's a really big positive change. Like, if I go into water magic. And yes, I am a little congested. So if I go into water magic, Vapor Blade has a nice 143 cold damage. And yeah, the damage is halved if they have any enchantments on them, but there's definitely areas where that's usable. And having a much lower energy cost definitely makes that a lot more usable, which is very exciting. It also makes it a lot easier to use on secondaries. Of course, your damage is going to be lower, but 111 is still pretty dang solid. So I think that's a great change as well. Okay. Mesmer. Where is Cynthia? Right here. So there's just another 5 skills here. So, Hex Eater Signet, Inspiration Magic. They dropped this to 15-second recharge, which frankly is huge. That makes this, like, this was already a skill that I'd sometimes use for energy management and hex removal. And this is one of the few skills that can remove multiple hexes. This can target yourself, can't it? Hang on. Oh, I need to actually put it on my bar. Wow, that is some sweet Shadow Sanctuary art. What the heck? I don't remember what I was doing on this character last, but yeah. This also just makes it a lot more appealing as a self-target hex like a self-hex removal skill. 15 seconds is just it makes it a lot more appealing from 25. So I think that's a really nice change. And in particular, the fact that I can remove multiple hexes makes this a lot stronger in areas where there's a bunch of hexes being spammed. So that's I think that's a really strong change for providing options for counteracting hexes. Price of Pride. right here. They reduced the activation time to 1 second from 2, which is fine. It makes it a lot easier to catch elites with it. They changed it to a flat 5-second duration from a scaling one, but the energy loss they basically doubled. So, yeah, this makes it a way better skill for punishing elites. The problem is straight up energy loss is not really great in PvE because you're not really tending to shut down enemies that way. You're just killing them. But it certainly makes it a lot stronger in PvP. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about this one. Again, like, you need specific conditions to make these sorts of effects good in PvE. And those conditions are drawn out battles because that's what makes these sorts of effects good. And that requires, like, honestly, the biggest thing is better skill bars for enemies. But even on top of that, they need better AI to use their skill bars more effectively. So, yeah. Okay, illusion magic. Okay, so we're talking about recurring insecurity here. Which, so here's the thing. Okay, my character's inventory is full of minis and wood, apparently, for some reason. Don't ask me. Where's my hats? There we go. Illusion hat. So what do they do to recurring insecurity? They reduced the duration to 5 seconds from 10. They reduced the recharge to 3. And they increased the healthy gen slightly. So this is definitely a heck of a lot easier to spread around. So it's a lot stronger for like a Hexway sort of team, which is really cool. The energy cost is still kind of steep. It's the biggest problem with this skill remains the fact that I mentioned this off the top, that healthy gen is just not great in PvE because it's a tool for wearing down foes, which means it's a tool for PvP. It's a tool for long battles, and that's just not how PvE generally. Like, if you have a long battle, you're probably in a bad spot. So I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say. I think like it's definitely a good change for making the skill work better for the circumstances for which it is designed, which is spreading it around along a lot of people in a Hexway team to add a recurrent source of pressure. And I think it's really good from that standpoint. Like, it works super well with Suffering, because you can use this with like Suffering or Lamentation or something, a longer lasting degen hex to quickly get up to the degen cap. So it works really, really well for that, and this makes it a lot easier to spread it around. It's just that's not a PvE strategy that people tend to use because it is, while I forgot to mute. 1 second. I forgot to mute notifications. Let me do that. That was me having a notification. Windows was trying to sell something to me. I miss the days when your operating system wasn't also an advertising platform, but here we are. So I think that, like, that's a really good change from a design standpoint. Again, it's just not a build that tends to be a PvE one, because your direct damage is just better most of the time because of, like, long-term damage threats. Like, this can add a ton of damage, right? Because this is 12 damage per second, and because it reapplies itself, like, it can just keep stacking up. This is already 60 damage for its duration, but each time it renews itself, it's another 60 damage that's applying. So that can really stack up. But the problem is, like I said, for that to actually work, you need to be in a situation where the... and I need to go through my mini pets and delete duplicates. But for that to really work, you need to be in a situation where you can keep hexes. Like, you want to be doing a slow pressure sort of build, and that means direct damage has to be mitigated pretty heavily. So this is something that would be good if enemies were really good at spamming Shelter, for example. And other, like, things where, like, you need to be wearing out their resources, but that's just not how PvE works. So Sum of all fears, I'm going to mention now. They slightly reduce the cast time. That's great. Makes it. I think what's significant is it makes it slightly more usable on secondaries. Obviously, the duration would be a lot shorter. Sum of all fears is just not a particularly exciting skill, regardless. So I don't have a lot to say about it. Other than that, it doesn't really change its rating much for me. Signet of Recall. Right here. So what they did to this is they reduced the activation time to a quarter second and the duration from 10 seconds to 6 seconds. So what you have to recognize is this doesn't cost energy, but it costs energy, right? So at the previous 10 seconds of 4 degen, that was costing you... and like what this is particularly useful against is if somebody is pressuring your energy, like this can help guard against that. Or if you are low on energy, you can swap to a low energy set and activate this and then like get a bunch of energy back or whatever. It can work with some energy management stuff in PvP. But it is costing you energy, so 4 energy degeneration is 1.3 or 1 1/3 energy per second. So at 10 seconds, that would be roughly 13 energy that it costs you. So you'd only be like netting 5. At 6 seconds, that's going to be 1 1/3 times 6 is going to be 8 energy. So this is netting you 10 energy. So that's definitely a huge improvement in terms of just raw energy management. Also, the fact that the activation is shorter now certainly makes that more usable. Is it still an awkward skill? It's not great. It's worse than it looks. So it's hard to recommend this skill, but it certainly is better. It certainly is better. Okay, so those are the Mesmer changes. Where is Santir himself? I don't know what the order on this thing is because it's nonsense. So Monk got a lot of changes. I don't know why I have a random wooden buckler here. I just do. I do have an amethyst, a shield of the Hierophant, which is the amethyst Aegis skin, which is cool. I could not tell you what it was that I was doing on this character that I have a bunch of dagger skills on my bar. That is utterly nonsensical. Okay. So the first... Let's just try to talk about these by attribute a little bit. This is not arranged by attribute. So they changed Supportive Spirit to heal for more, which makes this a lot more usable. Okay, so here's the problem though. This is you want this to be a 5 energy skill with like a 5-second duration and a quarter-second cast time, because you want to be able to use it at the moment you see an ally was knocked down. This design is very clunky. I mean, it's very strong while they're knocked down. This change certainly makes it better, but the design still continues to be a bit awkward because it's designed like an enchantment that you're trying to keep up on somebody, but knockdown is such an interstitial sort of like temporary effect that it's just not quite doing it. And this is not making this skill more usable for me per se, because the underlying problem is like, when am I using this? Like, what scenario am I in that I'd actually want to be using Supportive Spirit? And it's like, I would want to be using this, like I'd want this to have a quarter-second cast time so I could use it in response to seeing. And basically, here's the scenario that I'm envisioning. You see, basically there's two circumstances where I could see wanting to use this. And they're basically all in the Southern Shiver Peaks. But it's like, I see somebody winding up a giant stomp. I want to be able to cast this in response to affect all allies and be like, the next time each ally, or like, 5-second duration, while enchanted ally is knocked down, they're healed. Do this effect for like 5 seconds. At 10 energy, I'd want it to affect the entire party, and something that has a 1/4 second cast time, and I can use it in response to Giant Stomp. Or maybe I'm fighting like frost giants that I know are going to be knocking people down, so I use it against somebody that they're targeting. It doesn't really have, like, it's very difficult to actually use this effectively. And so, like, sort of the main spot for using this would otherwise be PvP, where it's very common to knock down a target that you want to spike. And in that case, I'd still want a 1/4 second activation time, not 3/4 second, because I need to be able to get it down. And I don't need that long of a duration. I can have a much shorter duration. So, I don't know, and then, like, have other things compensating for it. So it's like, this is not... Increasing it is not really addressing the issues with this skill. Healer's Covenant. So they reduced how much this reduces healing by from 25 to 20. And they increased the reduction. If I could combo this with Divine Boon, I would be all over it. But I cannot, and therefore I'm not that interested. I would much rather bring skills, like, obviously, making your Orison of Healing cost, or your Healing Whisper cost 1 energy is great. The problem is the skills that you most want to use this with are elites, and skills like, or spells like Heal Party are still going to be 11 energy, which still makes them kind of prohibitively expensive. Making this like 6 energy and healing for, what is 20% less of that? I don't know offhand. Let's see. It's roughly 200, which would be like not quite 40 less, so it's about 150 point heal. That's still pretty good. I don't know. Is this strong enough for me to actually want to use it? It's hard for me to say. That'd up this to about 80, but be 1 energy. It might be good enough. It might be good enough. This is very borderline for me. I'd have to really play with it to see how it feels. The biggest thing, of course, is making Healing Breeze, which does not have the healing penalty. Cost 6 energy is also really big. This might actually be big enough with small enough penalty that it's like worth using. I don't know. This is now good enough that I'm interested in giving it a try. Because dropping like Healing Whisper down to 1 energy sounds strong enough from an energy management standpoint to actually maybe be worth. Also, I bet Healing Touch works really well with it. Because... Actually, let's just test that. Let's test this right now. No reason not to. Make sure this works the way that I think it does. Okay, so right now, it healed me for 63 plus 84. So 63 is the base heal rate. Yeah, so that dropped it to 50 and 84. So this does not affect the Divine Favor bonus, so it actually works super well with Healing Touch. Which is also actually really nice. This is just good enough now that I might actually consider using it for energy management if I don't have a BIP in the party. If I have a BIP in the party, I would never use this. Because I'd rather bring a skill that actually, like, straight up heals. But it's definitely, like, at a spot where it is worth considering to me now. So that's interesting. I had to think about that one for a bit, though. Okay, let's talk about some Divine Favor. Withdraw Hexes. So they buffed the ever-living snot out of this thing. So it is now 5 energy instead of 15, which instantly makes it so much more usable. And then it takes an additional 2 seconds to recharge for each hex removed this way. Now, I still think the design of the skill wanted to be backwards, right? Where it has a longer recharge that decreases for each hex removed to be able to make it like a specific counter to hexes. I can see why they had to add the 50% failure chance with Divine Favor 4 or less, because they removed the other scaling aspect of it. Okay, so if I'm using this, if I remove like 4 hexes with this, which is really good rate, it has an additional 8-second recharge, which is like 13. This is a very strong anti-hex skill at this point. The other thing that's really, really worth noting with this is that 50% failure chance threshold is below what, like if you have a of monk suffix on something, you can get that withdraw hexes full functionality. And that's also really, really worth noting, because that's something where you could do that on like a minion master, which doesn't need its elite. Or, I mean, you could also technically do it on a an assassin, for example, which can get away with not using its elite as well. But if you did that, then you could actually get a very potent hex control on a non-monk in PvE. There are some places where that would be really, really useful as well. This definitely makes this spell usable. It's very hard for me to want to use it on a primary monk even so. Because it'd have to be an area with a lot of hexes, and a lot of times I'd rather have like something like Healing Burst or Blessed Light that can push health bars up as well, or even just Peace and Harmony. Right? That can also mass remove from, I mean, it's from a single ally, but it's a little bit more flexible. But because it gets rid of conditions. But yeah, this makes this way more viable, and is now actually a usable skill. It went from being unusably bad to actually usable. Even if you're removing like 1 or 2 hexes from it, a 7 or 9 second recharge is very fast for hex removal. Like if you compare that to, I probably have it on this character. Yeah, if you compare it to Expel Hexes, this is 2 hexes for an 8-second recharge, and you'd be getting 2 hexes for a 7-second recharge, so it compares favorably to Expel Hexes, and it can hit more. So, yeah, they really, really, really made this way more usable. Release enchantments, they reduced the activation time of this to a quarter second from 1 second. I mean, that's nice. To be honest, the biggest challenge for this one is you have to have enough enchantments on you that you can actually heal allies by losing enchantments. So it looks like it costs 5 energy, but this could be a signet, and it's still, like, if this was a signet, it might actually be usable. Does that make sense? Because, like, having an energy cost on this, you have to spend energy to put enchantments on yourself to lose in the first place. So it's not as cheap as it looks like it is. And like if you have Healer's Boon, you're bringing Heal Party. This might have a place with a Healer's Covenant bar where you can pop your Healer's Covenant. It's been used with Divine Boon. It's like, it makes it more usable, but it doesn't make it super usable. Smiter's Boon, they did additional jokey PvP tweaking. It's not worth talking about. Like, I've talked about Smiter's Boon before. There's ways that they could address it, but it requires a holistic look at like smiting prayers and where things went wrong in the first place, etc., etc. Spell Shield is So this one, while casting spells, foes cannot target you with spells. When it ends, all of your skills are disabled for 5 seconds. This is really strong interrupt protection, and on that front, having a reduced recharge helps considerably, or a reduced activation time helps considerably. So they took it from 2 seconds to 1 second. This is still, like, the fact that you can't get 100% uptime on it makes this, like, less exciting to me. I don't know. I don't know where I want to use this spell, or where I'd want to use this spell. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about this one. It's I guess the spot where it is most useful. See, but the problem is you have to be like casting all the time in order to be able to keep the protection up. I don't know. This skill is very difficult to make work well, I think. And it probably, yeah, I don't have a good feel for it, to be honest. I don't use it that often. And it's like, okay, you're activating this in order to be able to get some protection from interrupts, is functionally what's going on, right? So you want to use it against Mesmers, but it doesn't protect you against Cry of Frustration hitting an ally next to you. It just prevents you from being the target of spells. And like you can interrupt stuff that's targeting you by casting spells, which is neat. I don't know. I don't think this is very good. I don't think this change makes it better. Like, or it makes it better, but it doesn't make it better enough to use. Okay, let's talk about Smiting Prayers. These ones are minor. They're blue. Okay, so Balthazar's Pendulum, they did something too. What did they do? They increased the duration from 5:10 to 5:25. I mean, that makes it more usable. This keeps the same problem that I've been talking about, which is that you need to be able to use it preemptively, and that means you need to know when somebody's going to be getting knocked down, and like it competes unfavorably with Brace Yourself, right? Which I might not have on this character. Okay, I have no idea what's going on over here. Because, like, Brace Yourself... where is Brace Yourself? Command. Right, this is 4-second recharge. The next time target other ally would be knocked down, all nearby foes take damage instead. This is not an elite, and it activates instantly while you're in the middle of other actions. So Balthazar's Pendulum can't compete with that. You can target yourself, which is nice, I guess, but like this is using up your elite slot. So I don't know who's using this. It might be usable in certain PvP scenarios, but in PvE, it's just... Here's the other thing, too, is a lot of the times the foes that are knocking you down are immune to being knocked down, so that makes this effect feel even worse. So I'm not super high on this skill, and this did not affect that. Scourge Enchantment, they also buffed, apparently, to... What do they do here? They reduced the activation time from 2 seconds to 1.5. I mean, that's fine. I don't have a whole lot to say. This skill is really useful in certain areas, particularly, I bet it's good against Madness Titans that cast enchantments on themselves a ton. So, like, there's definitely some enemies that this is good against, but it's very situational. This is never going to be more than 2 because of that. And my rating rubric, that seemed to confuse some people. Okay, I think we've just got a handful of skills left to talk about in Monk. And no attribute, they changed this to a quarter-second activation time. That's definitely good. This is still a really hard skill for me to want to use. But anybody can use it. I think it looks a lot better in scenarios where you're knowing that you're going to be keeping people enchanted, generally speaking. It's a strong effect, and giving it an instant or a quarter second activation time certainly makes it a lot more appealing. So, it's still a little hard for me to want to use, but I could definitely see using it in certain team compositions. It's still a 2 because of the enchantment restriction being significant enough. But the effect is potent. The problem is it's competing with empathic removal, which like, yes, this costs energy, has a longer recharge, but it always works, and it affects 2 people, you and the other ally you're targeting. So Signet of Removal is like super niche because it doesn't compete. It doesn't stack up very favorably with empathic removal for me because, again, empathic removal always works. This has a requirement. So I like this on like Warrior, maybe Paragon. And like even their like, or maybe on Assassin, but even then I'd prefer empathic removal a lot of the time. So it's like I basically see this as a warrior skill, like a whammo skill. So it's just very, very narrow because it's just it's hard to make it use well. So yes, it's better, but not like substantially. Martyr, they reduced the cast time from 1 second to quarter second, which is actually huge. I was thinking about this earlier, and this change is actually super significant because what it does is it makes it way easier to use in mass daze situations. So I'm thinking in particular the fight against Abaddon. But there's some other spots. Hey, Mr. Jack, good to see you. But the fact that you can use this against Abaddon to transfer all of the days onto somebody who doesn't care about it, like in an actual reasonable time frame, is really, really nice. I always have felt like Martyr looks best on a Necromancer with Plague Sending, but it also works fairly well on like a Ranger with Antidote Signet. But the biggest problem that I have with skills like Martyr is that it's a little bit clunky with managing the AI. But yeah, it's not an elite I've used a lot because I've usually wanted to do other things with my elite slot, and if I'm concerned about conditions, Restore Condition is probably better. But yeah, the fact that the activation time reduction makes it a lot easier to use in situations where you're dealing with days, like mass days, is really notable and significant to my mind. Because like I've used Cadre Signet there because it's not affected by dazed, and now like that's a really strong alternative. Okay, I think there's one Monk Elite left to talk about, which is Era of Enchantment. They changed this to have a stronger reduction from down to 10 less instead of 5 less. Simply put, this did not address the problems with this skill. It certainly makes it better because now you can use it with like Spirit Bond or Prot Spirit or Healing Breeze. And have it like really reduce those, which is good, I guess. But the fundamental problem with Era of Enchantment is that there's no legitimate use for it. Like, yeah, you can use it to make those spells cheaper to cast on the ally, but I guess you could cast it on a Dervish to make their spells cheaper, right? Is that how that works? Let's go test something. Oh, I need to actually put it on my bar. Let's grab Milani. Sure, why not? Yeah, she's got a weird bar, but it works. Okay, so if I do this, yeah, it does work on their enchantments as well, which is really weird. That's very odd. So you can use Air of Enchantment on somebody who is using a lot of enchantments so they can manage their own energy. The fact that its other ally is a little awkward in that regard, like I can't target myself, which means I can't use it to help me manage my own enchantments that I might be casting on myself, which would give it some weird utility, I feel like. It makes it a lot easier to spam Prot Spirit and especially Spirit Bond, which has a 2-second recharge. The problem with Air of Enchantment is it's super gimmicky. It's so gimmicky. It's not something you put on yourself that allows you to cast enchantments for less energy, which would actually be useful. It's something that makes enchantments cast on target other ally cost less. So like the only uses this has ever really had was like spamming enchantments on allies to trigger Zealot's Fire. And like that was super overpowered, and so they tried to nerf it, and Zealot's Fire should be changed. Like most of the sins of Smiting Prayers are Zealot's Fire. Like they should have just changed Zealot's Fire long ago. Instead of Smiter's Boon. Like I don't think Smiter's Boon was the problem as much as Zealot's Fire. And like Air of Enchantment worked really well with Smiter's Boon as well. So like Air of Enchantment was honestly like a lot of the culprit of the stuff that got Smiter's Boon as far as I understand it. I don't know. I continue to think that Izzy doesn't quite understand how to balance this sort of game. But I mean, I haven't really been able to speak with him in person, so I can't say for sure. But that's definitely the impression that I've gotten based upon the stuff that I've seen him do with the balance. Anyway, but Air of Enchantment, like, it continues to, in my mind, not have a particularly legitimate use. I wonder, this is a really interesting question. Okay, we're gonna do an experiment. Okay, so Aegis costs 10 energy and affects all party members. I'm just gonna wait for my energy to recover. Yeah, it still uses the full amount, so it has to be specifically targeted, not affected by. And I can use that on her, and then the Healing Breeze costs, like, nothing. And, like, it's definitely a little bit more usable, but, like, I'll be honest, like, again, I just don't think this effect makes sense because it's so weird that you're not going to use it normally. You're going to use it for some sort of abusive purpose, and that point is probably overpowered. So it's like it's kind of an unbalanceable skill. And I remember talking about this in the skill review update. Just like the base design of Air of Enchantment just is not something that you can really balance. It's not something you can really make work. It's either going to be overpowered or not usable. So like I don't know. I think the core design of it is bad. And there's nothing you can do to fix that. You have to take a different approach. Anyway, I think that covers all of the monk skills. So let's go ahead and move on to Necromancer. I knew this would take a while, and it certainly is. We've been going for almost an hour and a half talking about skills. Let's just go to GTOB. Okay, so one of the big things here is that wells can now be cast without corpses. So I just want to go see how that functions. Okay, so I sacrificed my own health to place a well around myself. I'll be honest, I think that makes Well of Power a heck of a lot better. Because it allows you to be able to drop a Well of Power. Now, I imagine if you have a corpse, it'll prioritize the corpse over sacrificing your own health. Yeah, so it'll use that over sacrificing your own health, which is good. The wiki notes that the AI might tend to kill itself on it because they'll use it as well. But I do think that makes Well of Power more usable because you can use it like I don't know. Wells continue to be a bit hard to use because of their somewhat random positional element. But being able to drop a well of power on yourself like that is nice. It's definitely an effect that works better for, like, is also very nice for minions. I would not make all minions able to do it. I would, like, maybe Flesh Golem or something. Or have, like, a special skill that's, like, sacrifice a huge chunk of health, make a bunch of minions. Like, that could be really cool. But that change is very interesting. I'll have to actually play with it more to see if I feel like I like it. Also, I'm not sure how the AI, like, how's the AI going to utilize that? Is it going to be aggressive about using wells? Is it going to be hesitant about using wells? Am I going to see a bunch of enemies and factions practically kill themselves using Well of Weariness? We're going to find out. That's definitely going to be we'll have to see. Blood Drinker, right here. So they changed it so that way you bleed for less. It used to be slightly longer, and the threshold is now higher. So if your health is above 90%, you begin bleeding. It used to be above 50% for longer bleed. It doesn't make this spell good. Like, here's the problem with blood magic, and I've talked about it before, so I'll try to be brief. But the problem with blood magic is it should be a bunch of self-sacrifice skills, like Blood is Power, or Blood Ritual, or Blood Renewal, or Offering of Blood, or Dark Pact. You know, those sorts of effects. Dark Fury, where you're sacrificing Order of Pain, Order of the Vampire, where you're sacrificing blood in order to use your spell. That's what blood magic should be about. Yeah, I think that's a good way of doing it, Mr. Jack. Something where you can have a little bit more control over where it's positioned. For those who didn't see Mr. Jack's chat message, he said, I'd make well locations depend on target. If you target a foe, it uses the closest corpse. If you target an ally, it doesn't use a corpse, but it costs sacrifice or more energy. I think that would be a way of trying to address that issue. So, but it also contained, and I think was reasonable for it too, Vampiric Gaze, and like Unholy Feast, and some lifesteal skills. And somewhere along the way, they just got in their head that the lifesteal thingy was what blood magic did, more than spells that have a sacrifice cost. Like Enfeebling Blood, where is right here? This should be in blood magic, not curses. It's in the wrong attribute. But they just kind of went with the lifesteal thing, and then they got too many lifesteal things, and that caused problems. And so anyway, all of that to say, this is a fine change. Like, it makes the spell better, but it doesn't really make me excited to use it. It's definitely one of the higher, like, ranged lifesteals, I guess. I don't know. I don't think this change addresses the fundamental problems with Blood Magic's design, and making some of these spells a little bit better is not something I care that much about. Soul Leech. They made this more expensive, but reduced the activation time and cut the recharge by a lot. This makes this a lot more usable, in my opinion, because you can now kind of spread around a little bit, and that's very potent. So I like that. I like those changes. I think that's a good buff. Yeah, I don't have much more to say than that. I think that was a really good buff, and I think that raises its usefulness to me. Makes it compete better against Backfire. It costs the same as Backfire, but much quicker activation time and much shorter recharge, I believe. What's Backfire's recharge? Gwen. Backfire, yeah, 20 seconds versus 7 seconds. Yeah. Damage is lower, but, like, it's lifesteal, so... Yeah, I think that's a huge positive. Question from Soul Leech, is the AI smart enough to not cast Spell Hex with it? I don't believe AI is generally smart enough not to do things through skills. So this is actually quite useful against, like, Madness Titans, for example, that spam stuff. Hard mode enemies, I'm not sure. I'd have to double check those. But generally, they seem to like to get caught by them. Okay, so Cacophony, what do they do to this? Reduce the activation time to 1 second and increase the duration by 5 seconds. For 15 seconds, whenever target foe uses a shout or chant, they take damage. I mean, that definitely makes this more usable. More likely to catch a few chants in there. It's a very effective punish. I could see considering using this in particular against the undead paragons in the Desolation. Except for the part where you're in worms half the time. Is this actually... I'd have to check if... Because Boss Varish, does she use shouts or are they just skills? Because if she uses shouts, then it could be good against her. Which is, it's always nice to have things like that. Yeah, I mean, so the big thing is being able to, like, it has to catch enough to actually be worth it, right? Because, like, the problem is, like, Vocal Minority is arguably just better, right? Because it's a longer lasting, fairly large AoE that just stops the use of shouts or chants. So you're just never going to use Cacophony over Vocal Minority. If it was something that, like, whenever target foe uses a shout or chant, all foes within earshot of that foe take damage, like, that would be way more potent. But, like, there's no reason why I'd ever use Cacophony over Vocal Minority. Except for situations like if that one Varish boss fight actually uses shouts. I don't feel like navigating to it right now, but if the Ruins of Mora, if one of those Varish forms uses it, then Cacophony could really allow you to be able to end that boss fight a lot faster, and that's basically the only spot I'd use it. And no amount of changes that they do to that really addresses that fundamental issue of, like, it's better to just shut off shouts and chants than to punish for them most of the time, because the main shout or chant that I'm turning off anyway is We Shall Return. So yeah, something that, like, Vocal Minority is just too potent of a stoppage to them. And it makes it hard for other stuff to compete. Depravity, is that? Yeah, it's right here. So what do they do to this? They made it have a shorter activation time. I mean, this runs into the, like, this is fine. Like, it definitely makes it more usable. This runs in, it probably makes it a lot better for PvP. This runs into the same problem that all energy denial does. If it's not E-Surge causing damage, like, if you're not getting a direct benefit out of it, shutting down enemies, it, like, you use days to do that, right? In PvP or PvE. You don't try to slowly whittle away their energy pools. This is a long fight strategy, not something that you use in PvE a lot. So it's just not very good in PvE. Enfeebling Touch. I don't remember if that's right here. It's right here. They cut the recharge a little bit from 5 seconds to 3, and they increase the health loss a bit. I mean, that makes it better. This is certainly some good numbers. So I'd consider using this. I'd especially, like, this makes it a lot more interesting to use on a secondary Necro as well. Like, that's still 53 damage, and that's armor ignoring, which is really nice, and weakness. I can see this being useful in Hammer Warrior, for example, or some particularly interesting assassin builds that want a lot of conditions. It also synergizes with getting a good plague touch, so maybe 10 curses is a bit more realistic, and that's still decent, so yeah, I like those changes. Meekness, they buffed the activation time, but increased the recharge. Yeah, it's... I mean, Meekness has to compete against Shadow of Fear, right? Because they do the same thing. The only difference is this, like, the AoE. This is adjacent, and this is in the area, which is huge. So I think that's a fine change. It makes it easier to actually get it off at the start of a fight when enemies are maybe clumped together a little bit more before they scatter. Interesting. I wonder if that's the actual Jelena Versa, or if that's just... she's a singer, if I'm remembering names correctly. So it could just be a reference to her. A lot of OC Remix stuff back in the day. Anyway, yeah, what were we talking about? Yeah, like, that's the thing. A Shadow of Fear and Meekness are kind of overlapping each other. So it's really hard to say why do both exist. And I agree. If you're doing a bigger change, you'd just get rid of one of them. Probably Meekness is... I'd probably change Meekness to have... I honestly would probably copy Weakness from Guild Wars 2 to an extent, where it's like Hexed Foe can't critically hit and has a... like they have a chance to do reduced damage. Yeah, I mean, that's another way to do it. But definitely, like, the overlap between the two is kind of wonky. If I sort by campaign, Shadow of Fear, is that prophecies only? Yeah. So one of them is a prophecy skill and another is, I want to say, Nightfall. So there is some reason for that. It's not quite as egregious as it looks from that standpoint. The fact that you can't really get individual campaigns now, except for like mobile, I guess, kind of affects things. Let's see. We talked about Soul Leech. Weaken Knees and Wither are more in here. So Wither, they reduce the activation time from 2 seconds to 1 second, which is good. And they reduce the recharge time from 10 seconds to 5. That certainly makes it easier to spread around. Again, this has all of the same problems that we've talked about with PvE. It is slightly better in that it kind of supports energy surge type strategies a little bit, but yeah, with Reforged, it basically is like impossible not to have all of them. Like, the distinction is there, but it's also not significant beyond a certain point. So, like, yeah, they made Wither better, but, like, unless they made the AI actually use it also, it doesn't matter. Weakened Knees, they made the recharge time 5 seconds from 10, and they increased the damage. I mean, this is fine, I guess, but it still suffers all of the same problems of, like, just straight up degeneration type effects, like damage over time like this just doesn't... yeah, they basically they doubled the tick damage and halved the recharge. So, like, that's good, but, like, it's they made it a lot better. But they didn't address the fundamental problem of why are you doing this instead of direct damage that kills enemies dead. Right? Weakened Knees doesn't compete well against Spiteful Spirit, for example. Um, so I don't know. It's fine. We have some death magic. So they made Tainted Flesh. It says allies in the area. Apparently it's party members. I mean, we can use, like, it's certainly they made it, it's a fine spell. And it's good if you're trying to make a Hexway sort of team. And it stacks really nice with Shameful Fear to really make moving around suck. But, like, it's like, again, the fundamental problem with all of these sorts of pressure-oriented skills is that they are the sort of thing that is designed to work over a fight that lasts minutes, not seconds. And so, like, too many PvE fights are just over. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Too many fights are over too quickly to really make that work. Tainted Flesh is super more usable now. Super more usable. That's a really, really nice change. Okay, there's one skill left to look at in Necromancer. And that is the no attribute skill Gaze of Contempt, that they reduced the recharge from 15 seconds to 10. Which I will admit my first thought was the stupid turtle dragons in the Pui Quarter that use this skill, being absolutely miserable having more access to it. Well, it's not just no attribute skill. It's no attribute skill that can cause somebody to lose all of their enchantments. I think this is arguably a little too strong. So I honestly think that this change is a bit much. Like, if it was something where they changed it to also cause you to lose health for each enchantment that foe loses or something, I would feel a little bit better about it. But yeah, I do feel this is a little, like, the general going recharge rate for enchantment removal is 15 seconds. So, like, that's kind of what I use as a benchmark. So, like, if we look at Mesmer here, Mirror of Disenchantment is 15-second recharge. Signet of Disenchantment costs all of your energy and has a 15-second recharge. Shadow Storm is really notable because it doesn't have a recharge and can be at like 7 seconds. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. If we look at Inspiration Magic, Drain Enchantment is a full 20. Discharge Enchantment, 15-second recharge. Like, Shatter Enchantment, I think, is like a 20. Now, obviously, this is all getting mucked with because of fast casting being broken. But yeah, 20-second recharge on Shatter Enchantment, which also deals a bunch of damage. If you look at other Necromancer enchantment removals, obviously, like, this being at 10 seconds actually felt very fast, and that was really significant. Under Blood Magic, this is a 20-second recharge on Strip Enchantment. Chillblains is an 8-second recharge, which is absolutely bonkers, but it's also 25 energy. And also, if we look at Assassin, I just happen to have Zenmai on here, which is convenient. Like, this can remove, but it's part of a dual chain. This allows your crits to remove, but, like, that costs additional energy. And those are both elites. We have, is it Lift Enchantment has a 10-second recharge, but requires a knocked down foe for 1 enchantment. Signet of Twilight is 20-second recharge, and it removes enchantments for each hex, so that also has some serious restrictions. This can remove all enchantments from a foe on an 8-second recharge, and it has to follow dual attack, so that's an elite skill on top of it all. Like, being able to remove... Like, there's also... Ren enchantments removes many enchantments at a cost of health lost for each monk enchantment on a 20-second recharge. So I feel like for being able to remove all enchantments, yeah, they have to have high HP. Yeah, the assassin strips are kind of awkward too. But like, for being able to no attribute requirement, removing all enchantments on 10-second recharge, yeah, they have to be above 50% health, but that's going to happen a lot of the time that you want to remove enchantments. I think that this is way, way too effective and efficient, and like that recharge is way too low. Like for no attribute skill. I think this is an inappropriate buff. And makes this way too effective of an enchantment removal option. And I don't know why they did it, but there we are. They did. Okay, Paragon. We have a bunch left to go, but we've got like 4 left to go. So, you know, we'll get done today. I just need to go find my Paragon. One of my Paragons. My Paragon that I'm confident has all of the Paragon skills. Okay, the first thing to talk about, Angelic Bond under leadership. There it is. They cut the recharge on this from 30 seconds to 15. The Paragon needs a lot of help. Yeah, and then it ends on all of the allies. Angelic Bond is... So that this is it's an elite version of where was I? Yes. It's an elite version of the I don't have any monks in here. Get out of here, Daedalon. We want a monk. So it's an elite version of Divine Intervention. And for that, what it gets you is being able to affect all allies at once. All allies with an earshot. The fact that it says allies means that it theoretically also affects minions and spirits, which is not ideal. But it also has this problem where I want it to have a faster activation time so I can kind of use it in response to situations. So, I mean, this is a positive change. Is it a positive enough change to make me want to use it? That's the question. And the answer is probably not, but it certainly is a lot more usable. So that's something. Basically, I'd want it to not end on all other allies and have a corresponding activation time, and then I'd consider using it. That's what it would take. Let's see. So they made this no longer have half activation range. Yeah, the problem is it takes up your elite slot. So what are you giving up for it, right? And like, you know, I'd rather bring Defensive Anthem. If I'm in a party of spellcasters, or incoming a lot of the time is something that I'm going to be using. If you're a player, Heroic Refrain, obviously, is very good and stupid and a bad design. I've complained about that skill before. So it's like, you've got other choices of skills that you could be using as Paragon, and so Angelic Bond is having to compete with that, and that's where it would have to be. Like, the effect is solid, but like it would need to be quarter-second activation time and not end on all other allies when it triggers for me to consider using this. Excuse me. I had a hiccup. So, like, yeah, it's just not competing there. Certainly this makes Awe a lot more usable. I might begin thinking about using it. The other thing that I'd have to check, which I can do right now. Yeah, this is totally usable with a Paragon suffix. Which actually means that I could see, because they made the anniversary hammer that has the Paragon that gives you leadership. So I could actually see using Awe with that hammer, because you could knock down and then awe them quite effectively, and you have decent energy management on hammer. So that's super usable. So that's something that's worth noting. Obviously, the change of activation range from half to full does not affect that. But it means that I could see using it on a Paragon with some spells. Like, or in a team that has knockdowns as well. So it definitely opens up options for a follow-up to spellcasting stuff. So it certainly makes me more interested in using it. They did some stuff to some PvP skills that I'm not going to talk about because they're PvP skills. Glowing Signet, they reduced the recharge from 20 to 15. That makes it better. Rate of gaining energy is nice. And it's vaguely usable. It's not exciting at 5, but it's vaguely usable. Just thinking about the leadership suffix. Yeah, this is fine. I don't have strong opinions. So, and then we've got Harrier's Toss that they apparently buffed. That's Maiming Spear. There's Harrier's Toss. So, it says that they changed it, the conditional damage up a bit. I mean, that hits like a truck if it hits a moving foe. It's definitely good. It makes me even more interested in using a Spear Ranger. Yeah. I mean, 10 energy is just a lot for Paragon or a Warrior to use, which tend to be the professions that I use Spear on the most. But Spear Ranger, I mean, that's very usable. And that's a lot of damage against a moving foe, so... I mean, hitting moving foes can be challenging, so... It definitely loses some appeal that way. But... Oh yeah, Spear Swipe right here. They also lowered that energy cost from 10 to 5, which makes it a lot more usable too. This is another one to check out, 5 in particular. Yeah, I mean, that makes it somewhat usable on a warrior with a leadership spear. It's not a huge difference. Yeah, Harry's Toss would need to be 5 energy for me to really be interested in using it. Part of it is it has a fast activation time, which makes it good in spikes. But a lot of times with spikes, you want to lock down the movement of your target, which makes it worse. So it's just a little bit looking for a home. Which is why I'd consider using it on Ranger, but don't really like it on others. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this makes this a lot more usable. Lead the way right here. So this one, they also reduced the energy cost and increased the maximum possible time. This makes this a lot more usable. The problem with 10 energy cost on this is that this is a single target, so you're not getting leadership bonus, particularly. Like, you can get leadership bonus from one ally, so it's discounted by 2. This makes this a lot more usable for Paragon, and therefore is a massive improvement. This is another good one to check. This is actually extremely usable with the 5 leadership. Yeah, I don't know what 0 is. I'd have to take off my hat. Leadership just got closed. Does it have a or not my hat? Where's my leadership? In my shoes. So yeah, that's 1 second. Yeah, it's even usable with 0 leadership. Well, it counts allies, so it works really well with minions too. So yeah, that makes it a way more usable skill because it's target ally, so you can lead the way on yourself. So that's actually really exciting. That's a really exciting change because that makes it so much more usable. 1 second, I seem to be getting a phone call. Okay. Sorry about that. Just happens sometimes. Okay, so where were we? We were Yeah, we're talking about how much better Lead the Way is now and how exciting that is. Let's see. Finale of Restoration and Brace Yourself that PvP things with. We talked about Glowing Signet. Make Your Time. Is that... I forget what that is. I don't use it. It's a reference, obviously. Yeah, here it is. Okay, it's also on our leadership. And what did they do to Make Your Time? Changed the maximum... it's now 2 strikes of adrenaline. Yeah, that definitely makes it a lot more usable. It's much more likely that using this will get you to, like, the maximum. And it makes it actually usable in smaller parties as well. So that makes Make Your Time actually quite good. Except for the part where it's 10 energy, which is really hard to stomach. But it does let you get started right away. I don't know, I have mixed feelings about this. I don't think it's great, but it's substantially better than it was. Okay, that brings us to... I think it's just Help Me. No. It'd be a lot of work to remove all of the PvP splits, though, is the problem. Which I think this is a motivation skill. Or is it... Is it leadership? Is it command? Might be command, actually. Hang on, I'm having a look for skills that I never use. Yeah, so change this from Help Me to just Help, which allows you to target any non-spirit ally. So this is a heal in command, which is really nice because motivation has primarily been the healing attribute before. And it makes spells cast targeting that ally cast faster. This is a really, really, really nice anti-spike skill. I don't think is as good in PvE, but I think it's still solid in PvE. And definitely one that I'd strongly consider using now. It's a nice added bit of flexibility. And the fact that it can target allies actually makes it usable. So this is a huge change and like makes this a skill that I actually look at and consider. So huge props to ArenaNet for that vast improvement to this particular skill. And also, the other really significant thing is that this establishes precedent. This is the first time they've ever changed a skill's name in a skill balance update that I can recall. So that also is a really interesting precedent and something worth considering. I doubt they're going to do that often, but it certainly opens up the space for it. We'll talk about some other precedent stuff with Ritualist, but this is really huge and like so much more useful and usable, and a really interesting change. So I really appreciate what they did here with this, and I actually would consider using the skill now. Okay, let's talk about Ranger. Where... I wish I could have this sorted, like... So right now I have it on none sort. I can alphabetize it, which is probably what I should do. Or you can split it between PvP and PvE. There's one ranger, but we'll talk about her later. By talk about, I mean play. I'm probably looking for character at the very end, yeah. I wish I could arrange these characters by age, but I cannot. And I am annoyed by that. Okay, whatever, we can talk about skills here until I actually need to look at things. So let's see. The first thing we see is a buff to Archer Signet. They made it go from 100% to 150%. I mean, okay, but when am I ever going to use this? It still suffers from the same problem that a lot of the times I'm not using conditions in PvE. Let's do a weird check. Okay. That's not 100%, but that's 75% uptime. If this is an esoteric thing, but if you can use this and wield a bow while on an elementalist in order to be able to get longer lasting burning durations on your spells, that would be pretty spicy. Obviously, you need a ranger staff. Or a ranger bow. You need a ranger bow because you'd be wielding a ranger bow in order to be able to get that effect. It's probably not worth it. See, the problem is, like, yes, that can dramatically... Yeah, Archer Signet Rodgorts. Archers, yeah, and, like, to get, what, an 8-second burn? Or you could just use Mind Burn and get an 11 or 12-second burn. So it's not worth it, but, like, it's interesting. I guess it would be like a 10-second burn. So you could, like, it's not worth it. Yeah, I just the problem is, like, what conditions are you applying? Right? So, like, it makes Throw Dirt better. Throw Dirt would last for freaking 100% uptime. Practically. Like, goes from 12 seconds to an additional 18. So, yeah, you'd get 100% uptime roughly with Throw Dirt. You'd have, like, a second of downtime, which is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, so it's like you'd be looking to use it with blinds. So that's where, like, it makes Throw Dirt go bonkers. And give, like, an insane 30-second blind. It would... Yeah, Technobabble would get a longer daze. I don't think I have Technobabble on this character. I should go to a certain territory, apparently. But your Technobabble lasting, what? Is it normally like 4 seconds, 6 seconds, something like that? Jumping that up to like 10 seconds is nice. I mean, you could, if you really want to do that, you can Broadhead Arrow and then Epidemic. It feels too, like, what condition are you trying to get on there for a long duration? Yeah, that's the problem, is it takes up your elite slot. If this wasn't an elite, it becomes interesting. As an elite, it's no longer interesting. It needs to have more spice. Like, if it made conditions you apply while wielding a bow last longer, and you do plus damage against foes suffering from conditions, like Scavenger's Focus used to do. Like, that sort of thing would make it usable, but not there. And that buff just doesn't do enough. Crippling Shot. Everybody knows that I love Crippling Shot, right? I have great fondness. This certainly makes it a lot more usable. It was already, like, solid, but 2-second recharge makes it more spammable, which is good, I guess. This skill is not, like, stellar in PvE. I love it, but it's much more of a PvP build, so I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. Dropping... It was... 4 seconds was already a fast recharge, so dropping it to 2 is not a huge change, realistically. And increasing the cripple duration by, like, a second, it doesn't matter that much. I don't know. It's a good PvP build. Or at least it was a reasonable one. Let's see. We have some Beast Mastery. Do we have any Wilderness Survival? Let's look at that first. Yeah, Scavenger's Focus. I mentioned that one earlier. This is now an energy management one. So it seems what they did here is they reduced the recharge time from 10 seconds to 12 seconds. So it has almost complete uptime. Really strong energy management. This is actually this change makes, yeah, even there is good. This change actually is super interesting for Assassin in particular because of Jagged Strike, because it would allow you to be able to, like, you could basically get away with not investing at all, and Jagged Strike bleeding your foe, and then you get your energy back from the other stuff. With, like, even almost no investment. This is actually very good on Assassin now for energy management if you need that. Which is really interesting. I wonder if it's good on casters as well. Because, like, that's so much more uptime. And you could just wand stuff. This is definitely... It definitely makes it a lot more interesting as an energy management option. Even for, like, Elementalist. Because, like, getting 8 energy back whenever you wand a foe that's, like, burning or whatever, could be very strong. In particular, I wonder what its synergy is like with Mark of Rodgort. Because if Mark of Rodgort triggers the burning and then that allows Scavenger's Focus to trigger on the attack, that would be really complicated to test. I could go do that on my... Okay, that's interesting enough. I want to stick a pin in that, or try to, and come back and test that. Chat, please help me to remember, by which I mean Mr. Jack, please help me to remember. Because I have Scavengers, my Elementalist has all skills, all elite skills unlocked. I did the Skull Hunter Hunter. So I could test that. Wanding with Scavenger's Focus. Because that could be really interesting. Let's see. Seeking Arrows, they also buffed. How do they... Are they changed? They reduced the energy cost to 10 from 15. And they recharge from 20 to 15. That makes it a lot easier to keep this up, which I think is a huge improvement to it. It probably... I don't know if I can check on this character very easily. Yeah, I don't think I have a suit mark on him, but you can probably get it to 100% uptime at 16 marksmanship, which is actually pretty substantial. So that makes this a lot better. A lot better. Snare. So what do they do to Snare? Reduce the activation time a little bit, and they reduce the recharge. I mean, that makes it more usable. I don't think it's great, but it certainly is a lot more usable, particularly in PvE for, like, protecting your backline from enemies that are running in. Yeah. It's something I could see maybe considering every now and then now, whereas before I wouldn't think about it like at all. It has a little bit of appeal. Smoke Trap they also buffed by reducing the recharge. That makes that more appealing. This is a bit of a tricky one to use though, because the blind wants you to protect your back line and the dazed wants you to get into their back line. So it's a little bit hard to know how to use it. The fact that it's in the area is really strong though. Traps are still one of those things that are like, when would you ever use any of them in PvE? Yeah, it's like you're either doing like a dedicated trapper build or like it's really awkward to use. It definitely feels like the effect is strong enough that it's worth trying to figure out making work. It's probably nice against some dervishes, maybe. Not really. Not really. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure when I'd want to use this. It's like it's hard to make traps work well. And I think that's why they're like dipping their toe into buffing them a little bit. Trapper's Focus, that's expertise. Also got a buff. So they changed the effect time to scale. Like they raised the effect time and have it increase wilderness survival by a lot more. So like that makes using traps more effective. But like this is taking your preparation, and I'm not sure. Yeah, you can get 20 wilderness survival now. But like aside from a dedicated trapper team, I'm not sure when you're like really trying to like how you're really trying to make traps work. Traps are just they're a really interesting idea that's hampered by like how do you actually apply them? I guess this is really what it comes down to. And like the standard PvE, like it's not terrible, right? Because like setting things up so that way the enemy is running into your or like because enemies will run into your backline and hitting them with like a snare or barb trap to make it harder for them to attack your backline is really good. And like dust trap is also nice defensively, but it's just like they're so expensive and it's not like you can use them offensively very well. And like you can get a ton of damage by stacking traps, but like that's a very deliberate play style, and it's usually a good idea to have your entire team do that. So like traps are a very weird sort of niche thing where it's like it's an interesting idea, and I like the idea of what they're going for, but it's actually difficult to apply. So trying to buff stuff with traps is like of limited utility in my mind. One of the elites I like to complain about, Quick Shot. They reduced the activation time to a half second. Is this enough to make it feel good to use? I don't know yet. Let's go. Let's go find out. Probably not, is my guess. But we'll have to see, won't we? I'm absolutely going to ruin some enemies out here. I'm just going to flag my guys here. I don't know why we're in Sarlacc Sanitarium in the first place. It definitely feels better. That much quicker activation time does feel better. It still has the aftercast delay though. But it does feel better. Let me grab my random bits of loot. Okay, let's look at some pet skills, shall we? So there were 2 pet skills that got changed. One of them is Pounce, which there's a lot of pet skills here. Savage Pounce. Pounce Your animal companion's next attack is pounce. It deals plus damage if the attack strikes a moving foe. That foe is knocked down. So reduce the recharge from 20 seconds to 15. I mean, that makes it more appealing. I'm still not super excited about it, though. The other one is this one, which is absolutely hilarious. They reduced the activation time from 6 seconds to a quarter second, and they dropped the recharge from 20 seconds to 5. It resurrects all allied animal companions in the area, and they come back with a good chunk of health. They had to do this change because it just could not compete with Comfort Animal in PvE. I mean, it makes it usable, I suppose. I'm still probably not likely to because I'm not making mass pet builds. But if you have a bunch of pets that are dying, it's a great way to bring them all back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say. I still don't think it's super usable because everyone can just use Comfort Animal anyway. But it will resurrect them with more health than Comfort Animal will. And quicker. So, you know, and less overall team energy. So it's a reasonable buff. I'm not super excited about it because it's like, congratulations, you made an unusable skill mildly usable, or like approximately usable. Yeah, I prefer the no sort, but I wish I could sort characters by ages. Anyway, I wanted to test something. That's holy damage. I need fire damage. That's chaos. Chaos. Slash ranger. Okay, and I wanted fire. I need... Okay, you know what? A Balthazar's Axe it will be. Because you know what? That deals fire damage. And I'm just doing a test. Where is... Why can I not read today? Okay, I'm just curious about this. Yeah. Ironically, that would be better if it was fiery right now. I have a hammer and I have a Tengu bow. And that's also fiery. Okay, you guys chill out here. I'm very curious about how this works. Okay, does the first hit gain me energy? It does not. It will gain me on subsequent ones. So it has to be while it is actively burning. That's still potentially good. I would have to experiment around to see. The fact that you can get, if you are able to maintain burning on something, for example, and this also works really well with air magic if you are getting cracked armor. Where is... Like Shell Shock, that can do a pretty long-lasting cracked armor. That can potentially be very strong energy management. So it's definitely worth considering Scavenger Focus, particularly on Elementalist, as a way of being able to manage energy. However, it does not count the initial hit with Mark of Rodgort setting things on fire. So that's unfortunate, but now we know. But it is something that can be considered, which is interesting. Not you. No, this one. Okay. So Anguish's Lingua is... Where is that? Is that communing? Sounds... Or like spawning. Yeah, so what did they do to this one? They reduced the activation time a little bit. and increase the duration bonus taxes from 33 to 50%. So this is gonna suffer from the exact same problem that it always has. Don't get me wrong, it's a heck of a lot better, but if we look at hex spells, you'll notice that would be Binding Chains lasting for probably, like, I don't know if it would round up or not, 4 or 5 seconds, which is fine. Dulled Weapon lasting a bit longer. I mean, that's going to be based upon your investment. Lamentation lasting a lot longer. Painful Bond lasting a lot longer. And Renewing Surge lasting a bit longer, which you're not necessarily wanting. It would deal 50% more duration on this, would make it deal a good chunk more damage, right? Additional 4 ticks, theoretically, would be 52 damage or whatever. But we've just exhausted all of our Ritualist hexes. So the problem with Anguished was Lingua is it just has nothing to work with. Yeah, and then when you drop her ashes, all of your Ritualist hexes are recharged. All 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of your Ritualist hexes are recharged. On her own 30-second recharge. So it's like, this just doesn't do enough because it has nothing to work with. So it doesn't matter how much they buff Anguish's Lingua. It literally has no material. Yeah, that's the problem there. Tune with Sonkai, reduce the activation time a little bit, which is nice. The biggest thing here is they halved the recharge from 60 seconds to 30 seconds, which actually means that you can maintain this because you hold it for 45. So that makes this suddenly an interesting energy management option. I would consider this as an energy management option. Now, obviously, I need to actually see what it looks like if you're investing in spawning power. Because, like, Lingua obviously makes them a lot cheaper or whatever. But it's just, again, you have no material to work with. That's the problem with Anguish's Lingua. If it affected all of your hexes, suddenly, bang, this would be exciting to use. Because, like, you could make your Spiteful Spirits last longer, or you could make your, you know, whatevers last a lot longer. But the fact that it only affects Ritualist hexes is just, there's just no material to work with. But, like, yeah, making all of your spells, like, almost half cost is just really good. So, this is like giving yourself expertise. Turning spawning power into expertise for binding rituals and spells. Like, it still is, like, struggling a little bit with, like, what am I using this over? But you can use this to make, like, to manage your own energy for healing. You could use it to make, like, spamming Spirit Rift and Channeled Strike, and notably Channeled Strike, a lot more affordable. So this is definitely a lot more interesting and something that I might consider as energy management now, because you can keep it up the entire time. Also, this doesn't say your ritual spells. This affects all spells. So this also is really interesting. It's probably not good enough at 5. That's still 20% off, though. That's really interesting. You could legitimately use this on anyone with a ritualist suffix in order to be able to get 20% off of your spells, which is probably not worth it, but, like, that's not nothing. That's something that you could think about, right? It's probably not quite worth it, but certainly at, you know, a high enough spawning power, and like, realistically, if you're using this, wow, why do I have a, whatever. I'm not going to question why this character has a stack of 4-leaf clovers. I don't even know where they came from. Like, with a superior spawning power hat, what is it at? Yeah, it's over 50. So you could really use this to make secondary profession spells cheaper, which is really exciting. As something to consider as well. Because that's a lot of possibilities. Like, 50% off Rod Quartz Invocation is actually like a thing that you can consider. That's probably like a 12 or 13 energy Rod Quartz. And like, yes, that's a lot, but like, yeah, it's not an enchantment, so it can't be stripped, which is also super huge. Yeah, this is definitely very strongly considerable energy management because it's basically energy attunement that can't be stripped. Or elemental attunement that can't be stripped but doesn't buff any attributes. So that's way more interesting to potentially use. Next we have Ghostly Weapon, which I think is communing. Yeah, here it is. So this, yeah, our Ritualist Elementalist, absolutely feasible. Which is really interesting to think about. But Ghostly Weapon right here, this one is fascinating because they reduce the energy cost to 3. This is huge precedent-breaking move. I remember when they introduced 1 energy skills, and that was like a huge thing as well. Because before then it was 0 for like signets and stuff, 5, 10, 15, and 25. And then they added 1, and now they've added 3, which on a number of ritual skills, which feels like they're experimenting a little bit. Ghostly Weapon is the first one to receive that in this list. I honestly really like it because here's the problem. Ghostly Weapon was not worth 5 energy. It's probably a little bit better than 1 energy. But like 3 energy feels like a spot where it's like, yeah, this is maybe worth using. Maybe. And it's like, yeah, they can use that to fine-tune skill balance because this is one of the problems. Like I talked about this a lot with Monk. But Shield of Deflection? The Elite? I just should just look up instead of trying to remember skill names and doing poorly. Yeah, it is Shield of Deflection. This is not a 10 energy skill. This is like a 7 or 8 energy skill. But they can't put it, like, it's too strong for 5, but it's not quite strong enough for 10. And so, like, opening up other energy costs, there's no reason for them to not do that. Like, I cannot fathom a reason why they should have stuck to the 5, 10, 15, 25 thing for as long as they have. And, like, I think they're testing the waters a little bit with this. I am hugely in favor of this particular change because it means that they can begin experimenting with much more fine-tuned balance because it no longer traps you in, oh, this skill is too strong at 5 energy but too weak at 10. Or like this skill isn't quite worth, like, that's the thing is I don't think this scroll is now weird. I don't think Ghostly Weapon, like, it probably is. It's hard to say if 3 is the right energy cost or if it should be more like 2. 1 is probably too low, but like this, like, it probably ought to be 3 just because of like Wielder Zeal. Wielder Zeal becomes a lot better, right, when you actually are netting energy off of it. And they also made Wielder's Remedy 3 energy, which is really interesting to me. And they lose 2 conditions. Like, Wielder's Remedy plus Ghostly Weapon is some of the most potent condition control you can have now. That's non-elite. Because it's a 1-second recharge, remove 2 conditions from target other ally for 3 energy. Is so strong. I don't think this needed the decrease to 3 energy. The remove to 2 is actually kind of important because it has to compete with Mend. Well, so here's the thing, though, right, is you have Guided Weapon, which is for X seconds, target ally's attacks cannot be blocked. So they're playing around with a different design space for it. So it, like, this is just really interesting to me and something that I legitimately am like, I'm much more interested in the 3 energy cost. Are they opening up space for, like, Weapon of Warding is another really good example. I don't think Weapon of Warding is quite worth the 10 energy cost, a staple to it, but it's definitely not worth just 5. So it's like, I'm really interested where this 3 energy cost thing is going. Yeah, Ghostly Weapon does overlap a good bit with Guided Weapon, and Guided Weapon is just better. Though keep in mind, they also buffed Guided Weapon. It used to cost 15 energy, and they dropped the cost to 5, which makes it actually usable. I mean, the 2-second activation time is still long, but, like, this is also target ally, so you can use it on yourself. A bit clunkily, but you can under communing. So, like, Guided Weapon is actually, like, just... And that's probably part of why Ghostly Weapon was reduced to 3 energy, because it just doesn't look as good in comparison. So, like, Ghostly Weapon, in my mind, you only use this if you're wanting to be triggering Wielder's Remedy and Wielder's Zeal. But it's now super good at that. And I think that's really interesting. But I really like the precedent of 3 energy costs, because it opens up a precedent for a panoply? I don't know, a wide variety of energy costs that allows them to more accurately key. They're able to get a better, like, I'm having a hard time finding the words that I want to use, but they have they're much better able to actually appropriately cost skills and, like, balance things when they can have energy costs outside of the rigid 5, 10, 15, 25 structure that they've been under for the past 20 years. I mean, one energy was added to that, but, like, that's also a very rare case. So, like, this makes the case for, like, experimenting with, like, 7 energy skills or 12 energy skills or even 20 energy skills. Like, they haven't used 20, and that's a multiple of 5. I need to drink some water. Excuse me. So I'm really excited about the potential precedent that this could be opening up, because I think it's really good for the game's balance to not be locked in so stringently. Okay, let's look at the next one, which is Grasping as Kurong. So this one is really interesting. They increased the activation time from 1 to 1.5 seconds and increased the recharge from 20 to 25. And it's still 15 energy, but they increased the range to in the area, which is enormous. That's a huge knockdown. I have no idea for what that means for this. But it's very interesting. So, because that's a huge, huge area of effect. I don't know if that means I'm more or less likely to use it, but it definitely seems like that big area of effect is, like, worth at least being aware of. We talked about Guided Weapon. That definitely is a bajillion times better, going from 15 energy to 5, and actually, like, is an appealing way of dealing with particularly some obnoxious whirling defense users. It's helpful for dealing with rangers, basically. Also, there's Soldier's Stance. It's not quite as good as straight up stance removal, but it gets through a lot of stuff, which is nice. Makes it, like, worth using. They also made Offering of Spirit 3 energy, which I think was good. The problem with Offering of Spirit is it competed kind of unfavorably with Offering of Blood. I think they have the same energy gain range, or Offering of Spirit might even be a little worse. Let's add a Necro... Livia, probably. Well, maybe not Livia. No, Master. I wanted Master. Yeah, so Offering of Blood at 13 is giving me 18 energy. And at 13, Offering of Spirit is only giving me 16. So Offering of Blood, and Offering of Blood is only costing 1 energy, has a 15-second recharge. I think this is also 15-second recharge. Now, Offering of Blood does cost 20% health, and Offering of Spirit, while slightly less, has a slightly lower health sacrifice that it ignores if you're in earshot of a spirit. So this is a strong energy management option, and putting it at 3 energy just makes it a little bit more usable and makes it compete a little bit better against some of the other energy management elites. So I'm in favor of that change. I don't think it should be 1 energy because that would make it too much better than Offering of Blood in terms of because you can negate the sacrifice cost. So I think this is a good spot for it, but I really like that change. Let's see. Let's talk about Weapon of Fury next. Weapon of Fury, I really like this buff as well. They just made it so that the adrenaline gain from this is a straight 100% more. Excuse me. I think that's a really good change for an elite. It makes it a lot more appealing. In particular, this is really fun, or would be, excuse me. This would be really fun to use if you have a bunch of Dragon Slash wielders in your party. So this makes this a much more interesting build around. So I really like this change because it makes me actually interested in using the skill. It bumps it up for me in terms of my like usability rating, even though I don't think it's like super high because it's still kind of niche. But if you have adrenaline users, it becomes way more exciting. And like I said, using this in a team of Dragon Slashers seems super sexy. So, right, we talked about Wielder's Remedy. That's a huge buff. I want to try Wielder's Remedy with Ghostly Spirit, or Ghostly Weapon. I want to try that build now. In areas where there's a lot of things to deal with. So, okay. Let's... Whoops, I accidentally clicked around on things. There's the wiki again. And then there's a couple of restoration magic skills that got affected. So one of them is Mending Grip. So let's see. What do they say here? Reduce the recharge time from 6 seconds to 4. That makes it a lot more usable. That's pretty important. And they buff the amount healed. And if that ally is under the effects of weapon spell, they lose a condition. Yeah, this makes this a lot more favorable to use. It feels better. It's a better amount of heal. I don't think it's going to like displace Men, Body, and Soul or anything. But it's definitely worth considering now, and before I would just overlook it. So this bumps it up. This probably makes it like a 3 in my estimation. This is not hard to want to have weapon spells around. The condition removal is really nice, and it's like you want enough weapon spells that you're actually getting heals or getting the condition removal off on this. So this is kind of like it's a little bit clunky, but it's a lot more usable. So then there's Weapon of Remedy, which they also made 3 energy, which is really interesting. And they lose 2 conditions now, which was an undocumented change, but it's a change. And that makes this a heck of a lot stronger. It also makes this line up with Life Sheath, which also removed 2 conditions at a high enough spec. This now doesn't need the spec for the condition removal, so that's also really interesting. So this lines up really, really well against Life Sheath, which is interesting. It's not quite as strong in that Life Sheath negates and inverts the damage, and this steals, so it like those are working against it, so it doesn't remove the damage from the hit, but it adds some damage out, which is a little bit of a trade-off. So I think this is like definitely a welcome buff, and makes sort of a different style of stuff work a little bit better. So I welcome that change. Also works super well with Wielder's Remedy to really counter conditions. So, okay. We're finally getting to the end with Warrior. Thank you for bearing with me. This has definitely been a lot of skills to talk about. Hopefully people have been enjoying it. I imagine people will have. My room is getting kind of warm, so I'm going to pop in a berry here, but I'm going to turn on a fan. Hopefully that doesn't pick up on the microphone. I don't expect it to. But okay. So the first thing to talk about is Bull's Charge. And oh my goodness, do I like this change. So Bull's Charge, they changed the duration to be shorter, but they reduced the recharge time from 20 seconds to 12 seconds and increased the move speed buff to 50%. This is now a chase down skill. It actually has a space. It has somewhere that it exists. And that is so cool. And that's so exciting to me. Before, this didn't really have a home. And now it does. It has a purpose. It has a reason to exist. And I really, really like this change a lot. It's like something I can actually see considering using now. Another good question. 3 seconds is really short, so it would be hard to use this with like strength daggers or strength scythe. Not impossible. It's kind of like an elite dash at that like has a longer recharge, but also inflicts knockdown. I would certainly consider trying this with daggers, but. And if you strike a moving foe in melee. Yeah, but it just makes it a really good chase down skill now. Yeah, I know what you mean there, Mr. Jack. But I like that now it at least has a space to exist. Let's see. I'm just going to change my secondary to reclaim my attributes instantaneously. So let's see. Under Axe Mastery, we have Decapitate. I'm curious what these numbers... Oh, man. I forgot I had a Vampiric Dragon sword on this character. What a cool weapon. Okay. So Decapitate. Oh, my goodness. That's so much damage. They reduce the adrenaline cost a bit. How's that compared to Eviscerate? Eviscerate's more now. I mean, this does cost you a bajillion everything. This is really, really strong, and I would consider using this now. It's very costly. But I could see using it on a build with Signets. That's just so much damage. Plus 80 damage, guaranteed crit, and a deep wound. Honestly, the thing that would make this skill feel like even better to me would be if it inflicted like 3 seconds of bleeding. So that way, if it puts an enemy low, like to 1 HP from the deep wound, it guaranteed kills them. But yeah, this is very powerful. I still don't know that I would tend to use it over Eviscerate. Eviscerate might deal a lot less damage, but not costing you all of your adrenaline and energy allows you to actually follow up. So, it has to be this strong to like feel it all usable. I'm not quite sure that that's how it works with things, Mr. Jack, and I don't know underneath the hood. Like, in theory, yes. In theory, you could go inflict a deep wound on target foe, and then they take damage. But, like, that's part of why Twisting Jaws is so strong, though, because it bleeds you as well as dealing a bajillion damage and inflicting deep wound. And Twisting Fangs is a similar sort of way. Like, that bleed helps make deep wound more lethal. But yeah, I don't know... I don't know under the hood how things are set up, so they might not be able to do it with something like this. They might have to have some sort of like bonus damage packet or something. And that might not be easy to do. There's just too much like uncertainty in there. Distracting Strike now disables for 30 seconds, which is super long. It makes this stand up against some of the other disables a little bit better. Honestly, I'm going to want the Distracting Blows quicker recharge more than I'm wanting this, especially since this requires cracked armor. I guess it's not a huge recharge difference, 10 versus 15. But this one also hits an AoE. Whereas this one also deals no damage, but requires cracked armor in order... Like, it always interrupts, but it requires cracked armor to get that long disable, so it's a better reward for spreading cracked armor around, so I guess that's fine. But, yeah, it's very strong. It's just, you kind of have some restrictions on it. It is also melee range. So, I don't know. The increase from 20 to 30 is, like, a huge buff, but also, like, is it enough to make me want to use it? Probably not. Grapple. So grapple, they reduce the recharge from 12 seconds to 8, which certainly makes this a lot more appealing. Is it enough appealing that I tend to use it? Not really. Knocking yourself down too is just a huge downside. I guess it looks okay with, like, I am unstoppable. But I wonder what happens if you have Balthazar's... Okay, this is actually... I'm curious enough that I'm going to test this. I don't know why I needed to go to a different spot here. Even that 5-second duration is enough. We're going to do an experiment. This is a perfectly logical experiment. Okay. Balthazar's Pendulum does nothing. Yeah, because it's knocked down by a foe, not knocked down by yourself. That makes sense. Okay, anyway. You know, if I just read the skills, it would have been clear that that wouldn't work, but I was curious. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how inclined I am to use it. The fact anyone can is interesting. Okay, so I could actually see using it on Ranger because there's some pet attacks that like enemies to be knocked down, and your pet can still attack while you're knocked down. So, like, I could see it being interesting with Beast Mastery. They did not change any smiting prayers for damage, no. I imagine smiting prayers is a lot harder to fix, so. But yeah, it'd be interesting to think about using grapple with some of the Beast Mastery stuff, but it's very a niche feeling skill to me. Primal Rage. Now this one is another one that I'm actually kind of excited by. So they just straight up made Primal Rage properly Frenzy. Properly, yeah, it's Frenzy, Elite Frenzy. And I appreciate that change. Like, it's still somewhat dangerous to use, and I don't know that it needs the double damage. I could see them having it, but you have like minus 20 armor. The problem with Smiting Prayer skills is less the damage and more the recharges. Because a lot of it is armor ignoring, which is actually pretty strong. It's just they have like 15 to 30-second recharges. Honestly, I don't think monks need to be great at damage. I think that Smiting Prayers needs to be re-envisioned to be more along the lines of reversal of damage, smite condition, smite hex, that sort of effect. Shield of Judgment is a really good, like, that's what Smiting Prayer should look like. It shouldn't look like Smite is not the example of Smiting Prayers. Yeah, it's like Smiting Prayers is too much punishing attackers / warriors, and it should be more supporting attackers and warriors by like augmenting offense. Like Strength of Honor is a good Smiting Prayers. Balthazar's Aura is a good Smiting Prayers. Smite needs to exist but should probably be an attack skill. And doing more damage against attacking foes is like not the thing that you're trying to do. Banish is a good example of a smiting prayers. I think is a good like conceptual space for it to be, but it needs to be stronger. Yes, heroes do better when the player is attacking. But the thing is, if you want to be on the offense, like what you're asking for is you're not asking for monks to be able to do damage better. You're asking for heroes to be able to do better when the player is focused on healing. And those are two different things that like seem to be converging. But what you've just stated is that you want heroes to be able to do better without the player having to direct them. Yeah, there's like two different spells that cost adrenaline. There's one in Earth Prayers and one in Wind Prayers, and one of them just got buffed. Like, yeah, that would be another direction too. But like, ideally what you'd want like, and this is something I've experienced because I've been playing Monk a lot on the Unlock All Skills alt playthrough. You want it so that way you can set like, you want smarter hero AI. You want to be able to customize their AI so you can tell them how to prioritize targets or things like that. And like, yeah, that's what you want. But what you're having to do is you're having to attack enemies to direct them where to prioritize. And you can't, it's hard to split focus between picking good targets and healing. And so you're taking your healer and you're focusing on, I need to be able to deal damage with my healer. And that's not the, like, that is a band-aid to the underlying problem, which is that you need to have good target prioritization, and it's hard to do that and heal at the same time. And heroes can't do that themselves very well. So what you're asking is you want to be able to play solo monk as an offensive character when you're playing the healing class. And it's like, that's kind of an inherent contradiction, but I understand where you're coming from. And like, but it needs to be addressed through other design decisions, in my opinion, rather than trying to make monk good at damage too. Because that's the Guild Wars 2 problem. Is everyone has to be DPS plus. And it's like, at that point, it's like, okay, you want Paragon to actually function properly, or, you know, things like that. Or like, yeah, and that's the thing, is like you're having to crutch on PvE damage skills. But it's like, Smiting Prayers was never supposed to be, like, having it be damage oriented is not the direction that I think it should go from a design standpoint for Monk. And it's a separate design problem that you're running into with needing to be able to direct heroes' attention in PvE. Anyway, I like the Primal Rage change quite a bit. They improve the movement speed bonus, and it lines up now properly with Earth Frenzy. A Smiting Prayers rant YouTube video would be fun to do. Maybe. Okay. Yes, I like these changes. I am curious. Yeah, it is just barely usable because you can use it on recharge. That's really cool. I would be interested in a swap where the duration is static, but the amount of bonus damage you take, or like an armor deduction, is what scales with strength. So that at high strength you don't have much armor loss, but at 0 strength you have like minus 60 armor, something like that. And at like 8 strength you're at like minus, I don't know what it'd be. It might be a good candidate for being 3 energy. Now I will say 8-second duration is a lot less hard on energy than Flurry at 5. The 5-second recharges. I've used Flurry a ton because it was like the least immediate downside-y warrior increased attack speed skill. The big problem is warrior increased attack speed skills are like all over the place, and they have a bajillion of them, and they're all different downsides. And then you look at Dervish, and it's like, which one do you want, boss? Do you want the one that synergizes with your teardown mechanics, or do you want the one that just costs adrenaline and takes a little bit to get going? And it's like, you know, warrior tends to be 33% faster attacking, and those ones are 25, but they don't have other downsides. So it's like, I want warrior to have, you know, a 25% increased attack speed with no downside. You know, that you can just kind of maintain. But yeah, I'd certainly consider using this one and seeing how it actually plays. Excuse me. Shove. Strength. Shove sounds strength, but I think it's in tactics. What else got changed? Steady stance, that's tactics. Vim's tactics. Skullcrack. Skullcrack is interesting because they dramatically decreased the energy or the adrenaline cost down from 9 to 6 and made the activation time a quarter second instead of half second, so it's easier to land, which I think is really interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, and then there's Onslaught, which is just like increase adrenaline gain and move speed and attack speed. And with like it's a flash enchantment, so it's like pros and cons to that, but it also with mysticism is like 5 energy. So like you can just do that. Assassins can use it too if they want to, but it's much harder. It's kind of energy prohibitive for warriors to use. Not like impossible, but kind of prohibitive. This is a huge buff to Skullcrack, and definitely makes it a lot more appealing on Assassin, which is an frequent spot for me to use it, but it just makes it a lot more appealing in general. So I think this is a really nice buff to Skullcrack, and it makes it a nice option. Makes it easier to land the interrupt, makes it easier to have it up. So I like this change. Also is a little scary on with Scythe. Let's see. Okay, so we have at this point tactic skills and quivering blade to talk about, I think. So you know how creatures in Guild Wars can get body blocked by foes but not easily by allies? I'd love a warrior skill that lets you barge past foes as if they're allies so you don't get body blocked. That would be very useful. It would in particular help the AI a ton. Like, one of the biggest things that would help melee AI, honestly, is if they said, I am being body blocked, I'm not successfully pathing, I'm just going to attack the nearest foe. Okay, so Quivering Blade, I heard Quivering Blade kind of got mishandled. They're probably going to have to fix that. The Crown of Swordsmanship. Behold, my Crown of Swordsmanship. Because Quivering Blade, where is it? Yeah. Yeah, so it no longer has scaling damage, and the day's duration went from 5 to 10. I don't think they meant to get rid of the scaling damage. If they did, that's a huge, huge nerf. I mean, it's linked to swordsmanship in that it requires a sword. But, like, you could use this with anything just fine. Yeah, I mean, again, the biggest thing, the number one biggest thing that they could do in terms of, like, an easier fix to Hero Henchman melee AI is just have them attacking the nearest foe if they aren't... If they are not successfully pathing to... And they need code to be able to attack if they're not successfully pathing. But if they're not successfully pathing to their target, they need to make it actually, like, just target the nearest foe that they can actually reach. And, like, that by itself would do so much to make melee work. Because otherwise you have to micromanage and be like, oh, they're not attacking, so I need to target it, the foe that's next to them. So this got killed. The skill basically got killed because it was really good damage before. And until they fix that, it's not something like it's a straight nerf. Dazing a moving foe is not useful because you want to daze a foe that's spellcasting, not moving. It's like, it's not terrible, but like, it's kind of a PvP thing of like, oh, the caster is kiting me, I will hit them with this daze, and then when they try to heal, they're dazed now. And so that's better for PvP. But enemies don't kite as much, and like without the damage, it's just not worth it. So, okay, let's look at tactics. Like Quivering Blade was good before because it was like you could get like the 40 plus damage from it or whatever it was. Without the 40 plus damage, it's just not worth it. Because it was, I guess, similar to Dragon Slash or whatever. But, like, it's similar to the other skills, but it was at 5 adrenaline, which was a really nice low amount. And kind of felt worth it at that. But, yeah, without that damage, it's just not worth it. And based on the update notes, I think that that was a mistake and that they did not intend to remove the damage. So I imagine that they will fix that at some point in time. But they probably got a number of things on their hands, so... okay, let's see. Shove, they reduced the recharge from 15 seconds to 10 seconds. This is a really important change, because that makes it in line with Shock. So if we look at... I probably have Shock on this character. Yeah, guess what? I do. If we look at Shock, that's a 10-second recharge. And so having Shove be at 10-second recharge is really important for making those line up. If they're moving, the stance ends and they're knocked down and they take damage. Yeah, the fact that their stance ends before they're knocked down is actually really important because it gets rid of balance stance, so you can shove them off balance, which is really neat. This is still not like a skill that I'm likely to want to use in PvE, but it certainly makes it a lot more appealing. And the fact that it's in tactics also, like... I'm more likely to want to use it on Dervish or Assassin now as well, so that's also a huge nod in its favor. So this is a really good buff. It makes it a lot more usable. I don't know if it makes it more usable enough for me to use it a lot, but it certainly makes it a lot more appealing, so I appreciate it. In particular, it lines up a little bit better with some of the recharges on Assassin skills. And then we have Steady Stance. See, I'm just scanning through. Yeah, Steady Stance and Vim. So Steady Stance right here. What they did to this is they reduced the recharge time from 6 seconds to 4 and changed the adrenaline gain up a bit. So it gains you a bit more adrenaline. This skill in particular works really well with Desperation Blow and Drunken Blow, which have 7-second recharges. So it's really awkward that you couldn't like activate it and then use one, activate it and use the other. And it's a lot closer to being able to make that happen like reliably now. So that's really cool for that particular bar. I don't have a lot else to say for it. It's a very particular skill. Yeah, that's the other problem is Mesmer damage is too good. But yes, you are correct. That's the biggest issue with all melee skills. You have to get into melee range. Like, again, the biggest problem with Guild Wars 1 PvE skill balance is that Guild Wars 1 is designed around PvP balance. Yeah, like you haven't, like, maybe you have used to the limit, so now you have some adrenaline, but like, Guild Wars 1's skill system was kind of designed around its PvP more than its PvE. And so, like, when fights last, 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, suddenly warriors do super well because building up a resource over the course of battle, as opposed to losing it, which is what energy does, like, that looks really favorable. So warriors get stronger in longer encounters, or adrenaline in general gets stronger in longer encounters. But, like, that's just not how PvE works. So, they, like, you would, and all sorts of things, energy pressure, degen effects, so, like, the damage, like, degen conditions, degenning hexes, all that sort of stuff, becomes so much better if encounters are actually long. But because encounters are typically over so quickly in PvE, those sorts of effects are just not good. And so, like, the biggest thing hampering warriors is that fights are too short in PvE. If they were longer in PvE, then warriors would be much, much better because they sustain a lot better. Yeah, but Raging with Tuka doesn't really work. Like, they buffed it even, and it still doesn't really work. Like, there are ways to try to address it, but like honestly, the biggest way to address it is to have a good area to go to where the enemy AI is like cranked up to be like they have really strong skill bars and the AI knows how to use them well. And that's really, really hard to do. But if they manage to pull that off, that would make a lot of things that are not useful, like where legitimately you had fights that would last 2 to 5 minutes. Like, I don't know what the actual range should be, but like when fights last long like that, things like adrenaline become way better. Things like degen become way better. Things that drain your opponent of energy become way better. And the problem is fights aren't like that. And so the best thing that you can do is just bring a ball of mesmers, mow everything down with energy surge, and like continue on to the next group. And like because that's the best thing that you can do. Yeah, those fights can last a really long time because enemies have res and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, and like because there's so many things to stop physical damage, and in PvE you don't understand why because physical is so terrible. But in PvP you do understand why because physical is so strong, and it's entirely a matter of like, you know, enemies that spread out. So the AoE of spells doesn't matter as much. Like disruption that actually disrupts you, and things that pressure your energy. Like there's so many things in PvP. A longer encounter so you run out of energy. Like, you know, there's so many things that make what's good in PvE not good in PvP, and vice versa. And so it's like they would have to do so much to make a PvE encounter play more like a PvP encounter, and then you can understand why all of the melee and like physical attack hate is as strong as it is. But yeah. Finally, the last skill to talk about is Victory is Mine. They reduced the recharge from 15 seconds to 10, which definitely makes us a heck of a lot stronger. This is now a really, really strong energy management choice in a condition like heavy team, which you don't really have a reason to make, but if you did want to make one because it's fun, this is a really strong option for it, even on secondary, because you don't need that much tactics. Like 9 tactics to be able to use a shield, and you, as long as there's 2 things, you're getting energy back. And if they have like 4 conditions on them, suddenly you're netting 15 energy and like 180 health, which is substantial. So this could be very strong in those sorts of team comps. So this is a welcome change, a welcome buff. So Vim had become a little weak, I think. Okay. That's probably all that I like. That's went through all of the skills, and all of the skill updates. Kind of my thoughts on them. So I'm going to go ahead and what I want to do now, now that I finished talking about all the skill updates, which are very exciting. Is I want to, because I haven't checked out the dungeon yet. I want to see, I did get this character to pick and square. This is a reforged character. So I don't know how much I can do this by myself at level 6. But we're going to find out. We are going to find out. Because I'm curious to see this. I want to see what's going on here. If I seem to struggle too much, I'll see about making my other perma-pre into a reforged character. I think you can do that somewhere. And that character's level 20. But I'm excited to check this stuff out, because I haven't yet. Okay, so what do I need to do? Will you journey north of here and see if you can find an entrance to these ruins? Alright, I will see what I can do. I will also... hang on. I'm going to pick up this flower, maybe? I'm going to go clear my inventory first, and then I'm going to go do this. Because there's this one, and then there's a post-steering one. I'm not going to take this character post-steering, but there's a spot where I can bring my characters into reforged mode, and I'm going to do that with Anna. Hey, Dune fan. How are you doing? Oh, that's okay. That's a specific quest reward. I don't. Are char carvings used for anything? I don't think they are. This is a good spot for identify all. Highly salvageable. Probably only on a technicality. Humancer's Axe Fiend armor. I don't think that's something I need to worry about hanging on to. Okay, that's a reward one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Theoretically, I want more inventory space on this character, but who cares? Theoretically, that would make money off of 5. Heck yeah, that's 25 whole gold. Do I even care? Like, I'm just gonna sell these. Okay, whatever. It doesn't. This does not matter. Okay, let's go investigate because I haven't done this yet. I've finished 3 hours in. We have finished the skill review portion of the stream. Oh my goodness! Now we're in the like. Let's check out these dungeons. I don't know how long this is gonna take, but I'm looking forward to actually getting to experience new content in this game for the first time since ever. I found some rocks. Yeah, I know, right? I can talk about skill design in this game for a very long time. Behold, the power of Animate Bone Fiend. Probably barely worth picking up. I have no idea where I'm going for this, but these bandits feel different. It's over here. I'm investigating what I'm doing. Yeah, these ruins feel different. I don't know if have we been able to get over to this area before? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think we've been allowed access here before. I'm not 100% on that, but... Oh, that bandit captain sounds threatening. You can tank, little buddy. I believe in you. And my healing breeze. Yeah, the power of worn belts. That hammer just wants to take a break. Ooh, where's this go? And behold, my bone fiend. It definitely feels like Friday is a much better time for people to show up for streams than when I was trying Wednesdays. So that's good to know. Not surprising, but good to know. Aha! I found something called Forsaken Tunnels. That's good news. Oh my goodness. I get plus 45 health while I'm enchanted from my thing. I'm going to shoot this bottle rocket in the air because it's fun. It's a new graveyard, everyone. New graveyard dropped. Looks like it's around the corner a little bit. That's the stuff. Nice close camera so you can actually see the sky. And it bobs along the ground, making everyone motion sick. Oh, yeah, okay. I think this is where the same asset as an Ashford Abbey where Necromancer Muna hangs out. I'd have to double check, but it's a very similar one, if not the same. I saw a Forsaken Tunnels thing near me somewhere. Might be down there, though. This area looks a little dangerous, though. Yeah, they have enchantment removal. I was familiar with as a feature of danger. That's kind of cool, being able to see this coast at the top here. Okay, so they're level 4, but you know, it's better than nothing. Okay, the important thing here is that I don't get wedged between two groups of char at once. Okay. Well, that certainly happened. Not entirely surprising. Well, that's a problem. Oh, there's a restaurant. Where the heck am I? Over here. Oh, wild. I did not know there's a restaurant all the freaking way over wherever this is. Bandit Firebug. Yeah, this might be a little much for this level 6 monk to handle. Yeah, the spot that runs around. Then you... I think you were correct. Where the heck do I want to go from here? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, and they killed me with Shatter Enchantment. Yeah, this might not be something I want to try on this monk. Okay. For now, I'm going to assume that that's something to handle. This monk is maybe a little bit more grown up. Let's, Let's see. There should be a thing somewhere, right? Shrine to Godly Accoutrement. Of course, my Legendary Defender Vascalon is something I got ages ago on this character. I can't use this. This is Vestigial now. Yes. Let's get Reforged mode. Thank you. Okay. Let's start by... I need to get to pick and square on this character. Heh. Well, you can't really do a whole lot for me. I've got what I've got. Take care, Venus. Thanks for dropping by. These minions are level 11. And I actually have some, like, regen effects and things. Okay. So he should be hanging out over here. Yeah, there's Ben Wolfson. This is the first time I've made a character in Reforged mode. Oh. Does he not give me the quest because I was not a Reforged character when I finished that? I think I can still get into the outpost, though. I think they made that. I think that should be possible. There's a quest to get there that he will give you as a follow-up, but he probably had to have his quest initially to be able to get it. I have done that. Simple little quest where you help Devona take the place and then introduce some characters, which is not insignificant, but they're NPCs standing in the place. Oh. I'll probably have to open the gate again, but thanks for pulling me out of that mess. Before I got ambushed, I was scoping out a foothold for our forces to push back against the Char. Most of the Northlands are in ruin, but I spotted a structure that could serve our needs. Piken Square used to be a bustling hub of commerce, and its walls are still standing after all this time. Prince Rurix asked Devona to lead a contingent to retake Piken. She could use the help of someone like you. Let's take the fight to those Char. Of course, now I have to go open the gate again, but that's no big deal. That fan is definitely helping. As it's getting to warmer months here, it definitely heats things up. This is probably going to be a long stream today, relative for me. There's just a bunch of things I want to do. Apparently a lot of people like to stay at level 19 so they can still use the Fire Imp, but that doesn't get you a Legendary Defender Vascalon, and that's why I made this character eons ago. Yeah, here's Devona, Bach, and Vel. So these are NPCs that you'll find in Piken. That's you growling, right? Right? Hey, Devona. I'm eager to see what you can do. Take lead, I'll cover our rear. Oh, scared? You're scared. Right. If you say so. Ooh, a Sparkler. Yeah, this character's just a little bit better equipped to handle this nonsense. We have a lot of warriors here. I'm perhaps more necromancer than warrior, but... There's my island. They put a resurrection shrine on. One of the funny things is Frenzy can actually make me take less damage on this character because my shield has -2 physical damage while in a stance. And my only stance is Frenzy. Hopefully it's okay if they die. Yeah. Does Box stand back up? Well, that'll have to do. I mean, it doesn't make me fail it, so that's good. I wonder how much this actually increases armor by. Man, they are giving me a ton of anniversary-based loot. If I could tell these guys to use healing seconds, I would, but I cannot. Dear goodness, that does so much damage. Hey, you. Look at me. Look at me when I'm beating your face in. Alright, let me get some allies. Okay, I will get an ally anyway. Well, he's down like a sack of potatoes. Quest failed. Devona has fallen. I don't know when that happened, but that's unfortunate. This was oddly easier to do on my monk because I had the ability to heal Devona. She's only level 5. But it's not like I have any way to heal allies in this paltry number of skills, so... So I guess the others can die, but Devona has to survive. So, not surprising. That's how it goes. I have 101 red iris flowers, which actually represents a pretty substantial amount of gold. I have 2 Ventaris. A Zenmai tonic. Not my favorite tonic, but here we are. Halves casting out of divine favor spells. Okay, let's try this again. I'm not sure where this is going to dump me. Okay, I'm going to have to pull the stupid lever again. Okay, take care, Mr. Jack. I know, that's super unlucky. That's Char. Killed Devona. Like, if it was easier for me to cover for her, that would be great. I probably shouldn't have spent time trying to raise a minion, though. Okay, let's try this again. I need to do what I can to try to take the lead, because I can actually take hits, while the rest of them cannot, relatively speaking. Excuse me. Do you guys have self-heals? Come on. They're so eager to rush into battle and get their faces beat in. Even if they break that, it's still a huge health gain. Yeah. So what, 15% sacrifice. And then 7 seconds of plus 10 health gain per second. Wow, that guy was loaded. An ale, a carving, and a cupcake all in one guy. Sheesh, his pockets were overflowing. I have a blessed cuirass. That definitely... I have a couple of blessed pieces. Yeah, no, this character is really well kitted out. I get plus 10 armor while I'm enchanted with this thing. Okay, we need to give Bach time to heal. At least he's surviving this time, so that's something. What is in this? Minor Beast Mastery Dreadnought. Dreadnought's not bad. Okay, well, everyone's doing okay on health. Actually, I can raise a minion. And I'm happy to get stuff that stacks, so that's nice. Okay. Wow, that ruins those guys so much. Alright. They can heal up while I loot up. I have not gotten a skill point on this character, I don't think. The following leaves remind me of childhood. I always just forgot either we're walking into a trap or I'm hungry. My inventory is full. Well, that's not great. Oh, Vel just died. These Char Hunters are no joke. I want this buckler. Okay, so now it's the other warrior who died. Okay, now that I know what's going on. You're alive for now, you mean? Me, target me! Okay. Most of the stuff does not matter, but I'll take this axe fiend armor. Picken Square is secure for now. We'll stay here and fortify this place against further attacks. You should go tell Prince Rurik what we've achieved today. Good work. You fought valiantly. Okay. So now I just need to go report to Prince Rurik. You know the dialogue, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go tell him. And then maybe empty my inventory of random nonsense. Is this any good? No, not really. Not terribly surprised, but, you know. It's been many years since humankind had a foothold beyond the northern wall. However, things have a way of changing just as soon as one decides it'll always be the same. This is some real good dialogue of like, oh, we think everything's going to be the same in Guild Wars 1, and now 2 weeks is coming back and things are changing once again. Which is, you know, I like that nod. It's a nice nod. Northlands are still dangerous, but Pike and Square transforms the way we can mobilize against the Char. I'll be deploying a vanguard contingent there. I suspect opportunists and travelers will find their way to Picken as well. You do well to stop by on your own adventures and see what becomes of the place. I like a little capturing it quest. I think that's neat. Do one hit up the merchant. They were saying in a stream recently, somebody was like, why no merchant in Piken? And they're like, we want Ascalon City to be the place where people gather, and so right now we don't want to put a merchant there, so that way people have reason to go to Ascalon City. Or Ashford Abbey. Or, you know, one of several other outposts. And I think that's a very reasonable reason. Survivor Axe, Fiend Armor of Attunement. Okay, those are both good. Of course, getting something that can take that out, not easy, but... This Holy Rod, also not very good. Okay. Hang on to this. These are cupcakes. This is a sparkler. I don't know why I'd hang on to these, but at least salvageable. Give me a salvage kit. That's not as good as the previous one. Whatever. Have these. I don't care. I'm not taking them anywhere. They're not worth much to me. Okay. Now I need to take this character to actual Picken because that quest doesn't actually... It theoretically makes the outpost exist, but it does not actually unlock it on your map for reasons that kind of escape me, to be honest. But that's okay. We are exploring. Discovering new things. New adventures await, etc. Levers to be pulled. Good old pulled levers, yeah. Thanks for that back there. You're welcome. I do like the Falling Leaves. And I've been playing this game for a very long time. Over half my life. It's wild to think about. I love this music too. Just a bunch of Grawl along here now. I hit Frenzy so they stop dealing little bits of damage to me. Sounds counterintuitive, but... Use Frenzy so the enemy stops hurting you. Only with these level disparities. Part of why I picked Warrior for this was because they do have higher armor. 27, like, much higher. Lieutenant Greywind is over here now. We're the Advanced Brigade. Reinforcements will be here soon. Prince Rourke placed me in charge of holding the line here at here in Pike and Square. Let me know if you need anything. Go deep into our territory, they said. Hey, Devona. Char plotting something. Do you feel it too? Lots of people hanging out here. Let's see, I think it's, yeah, Adept Mulinex, who's a... May I bend your ear for a moment? In my studies, I've come across evidence of ruins very near here. In fact, I believe Pike and Square may have been built atop an ancient settlement. Hang on, I need to adjust something. Man, I need a new mouse pad, something fierce, but... Anyway, I say that like every stream. Because I haven't done anything about it. May have been built atop an ancient settlement. Don't worry, I have more than a history lesson in mind. That's why I've come to this dangerous place. I mean to discover these ruins myself. Unfortunately, the Northlands are teeming with Char and other aggressors. Will you journey north of here and see if you can find an entrance to these ruins? Should you find a way below ground, scout out the area and report your findings to me. Perhaps the thrill of discovery and historical advancement is not enough of a lure for you. Fear not, I shall make it worth your while. See if I can find your ruins. Long thought forgotten. What the heck do they mean by Scourge? Probably a quest, actually. Okay. Once more unto the Northlands. It is nice to have a way of getting here that doesn't require fiddling with a gate, I will admit. I will take that, add it to my pile. Do I know where I'm going? No, I don't. That's part of the excitement. I don't think I needed to go down there, though. Yeah, Frenzy's doing so much work right now. I don't really want to pick up stuff without requirements, but... Yeah, because this is the way we'd run back. I recognize it now. If I stand here. Dear goodness, that takes off over half its HP. You're an obnoxious one. Where do you think you're going, Shaman? Hmm? Apparently I'm just going around skinning Char. I didn't kill those guys last time. Hey, look, a cooking pot. Some sort of dock here. I mean, they just have that going off to the coastline. Interesting. I'm not sure what's in that relative spot in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, Forsaken Tunnel's off that direction. Interesting, interesting. I don't care about that shield. It's garbagey enough. There's a door here, but there's no interaction point. Forsaken Tunnels seem to be beyond it. Interesting. I'm going to poke around this direction a little bit just because I'm curious. I don't think we've been allowed all the way up here before. So I'm excited to poke my nose around a little bit. What a neat spot. Man, that's so cool. Okay, well, let's go see if we can figure out how to actually get inside this place, because we don't know yet. And by we, I mean me. You might know. Plenty of space for random stuff. Might as well go add this red iris flower to my pile. I have enough to make a Gwen a whole bed of them. Yeah, there's some sort of wind structure over there and stuff. So cool seeing like more things. I'm just really enjoying the leaves falling over there in the distance. Okay, I might be getting too many screenshots, but can you blame me? I like these trees. The real question is there a way to open this door? Because it feels like that's the direction I need to go. But I also don't know how. I'm going to go check out the area where the bandits were. Over this way. Maybe I'll find some clue over there. Just not sure how they've set this up, you know? However the remains of this, like, church place was. Might not actually be a church, but it just reads like one. Take all of their belts, stitch them together into an actual belt that's not worn out. Yeah, Forsaken Tunnel's down that way. You can degen out. And lo, they did. I can see the Forsaken Tunnel's entrance showing up within range of my long-range scanners, but I haven't found a way in. It feels like it should be through that door, but I also don't know how to open that door. It's so pretty out here. Okay. I don't know why there would be anything down there specifically, but that's another point of inquiry, I suppose. I mean, again, I'm finding the Forsaken Tunnels thing. It feels like it should be through that door, but I don't know how to open that door, so... It's not an interactable object. I haven't seen anything to interact with that would open it. I just feel so I'm seeing something new in this game is just very exciting. Very surreal almost. I'm just poking around looking for anything. Not that I'm finding anything, but I can't interact with that. These are just barrels standing around. Forsaken Tunnels is through there, but I can't get through there. Yeah, I can see it. That sure is where I need to go. So the question is, how do I open these doors? The char in front of them didn't seem to have a clue. I need to explore elsewhere. I also might need to take a short break because it has been almost 4 hours of stream. There's a char camp up here. I'm going to investigate this area, that's for sure. I don't know what those are, but they don't look pleasant. Okay, let's take out this group of char here. Okay, I took down one of their healers. Hey, you. Give me your health. There we go. Definitely don't care about that Warhammer, my goodness. Nothing commendable about that. What is this little spot? Neat. You. Ooh, Charhide. It's not like I can just randomly attack the doors or anything. They'd have to be an interactable object. Man, what a neat little area this is over here. Ooh, an accursed staff. Like, I don't know what's going on over here, but it's cool. And screenshots. I'm glad I'm getting this in video form because screenshots do not do this justice. Yeah, okay. Over there's the resurrection shrine that I died at last time. Got stuck at? I don't know. However you want to describe it. Yeah, my inventory's starting to fill up a little bit. A wee bit of a fuller inventory. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set my character here for just a few minutes. Because I need to take a short break. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, I have returned, feeling much better, and restocked on some water. Okay, let's poke our noses over here. I don't think there's anything major over here. At least I mean, there's some cool stuff over here, but like, I didn't see anything that would give a clue for getting inside that spot. These guys are jerks. Yeah, that's what you get for covering me in Texas. That one's terrible. At least when I'm solo, it is. There's a hidden stash, but that's not a lever. Some bandits over here. I don't think there's anything over this way, but I might as well investigate and find out. Because that's good to know. Yeah, it looks like a cart that's seen better days. A couple of random bandits. A lot of belts. Tell you what, that I have absolutely found is a lot of belts. And this boat. There's a boat here. Don't ask me why. Crates and barrels and crates and cooking pot. Neat little spot. It has a good view of the bridge, honestly. But does not really answer the question of how do I get that door open? And I'm not sure where I will have to go to get the answer to that question. I might, like, if I'm not finding it, I'll probably just eventually look it up. But I'd like to try to figure it out on my own for now. I feel like there's something I'm not sure what to expect, but I feel like maybe there's an area where I can find like some char explosives or something to try to get that door down. It's a fairly high level frost artifact, but my inventory is full enough that I don't want to. Oh, hello, hello. See, this is why I didn't want to look something up, because I found an alternate entrance to these Forsaken Tunnels. Oh, that's definitely Eye of North loading screen. Okay, we're in an entirely new area now. Neat. Okay, those are not stairs you can walk up, which is fine because it's not like the help, even if I could. Oh, this is cool. So this is probably them working their tools, figuring out what they can do with them. The res shrine over here. Oh. Mushroom log. That feels like something from Aguma or something, maybe. Not sure. That looks like Aqueduct from Fort Rannoch area. Again, it's like I expect them to be kludging stuff together from existing assets because I don't know how much they have resource-wise to be able to make new models and textures and such. I'm sure that they can do some amount of that, but there's also limited space in the .dat, so unless they update that to be able to accommodate... Ooh, that's cool. Unless they update that to be able to accommodate more. These guys, I believe, have plague sickness, so best not to condition them. This is really neat. I'm just spending time looking around because it's like there's this cool structure off in the distance, and Like, yeah, that's just the temple cathedral thingy that we saw outside, but it still is arranged in a way that looks neat. And they've done a good job with their they've done a good job with how they've arranged this new space. And it's like, I am playing in a new area in friggin' Guild Wars Prophecies. Like, that's pretty amazing. Everything but this Ram's Hammer. Oh, that includes this gold coin. Well, this is really cool. Yeah, this thing again. Just like I knew it was. And that's fine. But they're using it well. That's the thing. I'll admit, a part of me is just like, it would have hit me different 15 years ago. But I think enough about game design now that, like, my view on things is a little bit different as a result. See, I like that chart effigy in the background, right? It's highlighting that area. Giving you a sense of, like, go this way, go this way. My inventory is full. Let's drop this staff. I want this sword. Ironheart. Now that's new. It looks... They've done a really fun job with lighting here, where it's like you've got these patches of brightness, like by over here and stuff. And then you've got these, like, glowing motes. They've done such a good job with this. Retribution, eh? Get back here. Look how cool that is. I don't need those for Gwam. I don't know where I'd even put things anyway. Like, so, okay, so the vibes that this is giving me, actually, this is really interesting. I want to pause here for a moment. I was just watching, over the past, like, week or something, I don't know, past several days, I've been watching a, Ocarina of Time ROM hack called Ultimate Trial, that Dan Jones streamed, so I was watching the VODs of that. And it's very interesting in the sense that it's like, oh, these are, like, the vibes are Ocarina of Time, or like the environment is very much so Ocarina of Time, but, like, the vibes are different because the areas look different. They have some different art and different, like, it's new areas, right? So it's like, it's tapping into elements to some extent of that first time experience, but also I think I just got a screenshot of this, but I have to get another one. But it also captures or taps into the imagination, that possibility space of, like, oh, what could be there, or slightly different feel. Like this spot right here, this set piece that I'm looking at right now, has a different feel from anywhere else that I can think of in Guild Wars 1, aside from maybe maybe there's some spots of the underworld, but it's a little too verdant for that. And it's not quite anywhere incredible. Like, this is a distinct feeling area. I'm sure they've reused a bunch of assets to make it, but it has a very distinct feel with these the bluish lighting, the moat's flooding around, but still it's kind of a bluish, greenish, blackish. Like it's kind of in those nice palette areas. And so it's like it has a very distinct feel to it. And so it has a sense of like, oh, this feels different. It feels like different vibes in a game that I'm used to. Like, where else can I find these vibes? And it's very interesting, and I really am appreciating that. And it's making me think of how that ROM hack felt to see those areas of like, you know, the sort of things that when you were a kid on the playground or whatever, the rumors were going around, or like the early internet days or whatever, where it's like, oh, if you use strength on the truck, you can find Mew underneath it or whatever. Where it's like, there's this sense of like these new mysteries, these new areas, these new spots, and it's just like, you know, what sort of strange magic is this? I should tread lightly, my character says. Yeah, this is an interesting spot. But it really is hearkening to some of those vibes, and I think it's very interesting. Because it gives such a different sense, right? And it gives a different sense. Oh, I've been crippled and dazed. There's some sort of environment effect here. Fascinating. And there's some, these are crystals from Glintslayer. But I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the way they're using them, right? It's just, that's where their origin point is. I need to drop some random unID thing. So it's like, the sense that this place has is just different, and I'm really enjoying that. And it looks different, it feels different. Like, that is such a cool visual. They've done a really good job with their environment design and art. And they've remixed assets in a way that makes them feel new and fresh. And part of that's also how they're applying lighting. But it's just very, very cool, and I'm really enjoying and appreciating it. I wonder where we are in relative to the world. That's bad timing for healing Signet, but... yeah, it just doesn't say. Because, like, these are the Char Prison Camp things that you see in, like, Fort Rannoch mission. But, like, just because I know where something comes from doesn't mean that the recontextualization doesn't make it feel different, because it does. And so, like, I'm really appreciating that sense. I don't know. It's very interesting. I've been thinking a lot lately about how I'm into a lot of the same things I was as a kid, but not in the same way I was as a kid. I'm going to start draining your health, but I'm going to go after the firebug who's annoying me more. Oh man, look how cool this is. And I know I keep saying that, but it just keeps... It feels very, like, reinforced to me that I am experiencing this new area, and they've done a really cool job with how they've visually designed it, and so I'm just feeling very impressed. Okay, yeah, this is another one of these, like, weird areas. Beyond this gate, the tunnels must go deeper still. I should return later. Okay, that's a really important line of dialogue. What they're indicating is that you're not going that way now. That is not the current goal. That's probably... Yeah, there's Forsaken Tunnels level 2. It's behind that dungeon lock, and I don't think we have a way of opening that up yet. Whee! Yeah, Frenzy Healing Signal is a bad idea for a reason, but... Okay, I got some more loot I need to grab. Okay. Ashen Claw is really annoying. Hey, you. Give me your health. Hey, you. Give me your health. Oh, right. There's still this girl over here. So I probably can't go in there yet, because I can't get the... I probably don't have access to the dungeon lock yet, which... Or at least that's what I'm expecting. Well, that guy had a bad day. Yeah, there's more of that crystal stuff back there. Okay, let's grab some of this loot. Sure, whatever. I just grab this jeweled staff. Do I have yellow dye in? I do. Nice. Do I have anything I want to drop? Warhammer, I guess. Okay, this is like the things in Alani Academy. That might have significance. Okay, that's better than the hammer. I'm gonna have an inventory full of stuff to identify when I get back, but that's fine. This stuff, yeah, this is a crippled daze zone. Absolutely terrible for casters, but it's really interesting. Hello, Jinx. Yeah, I know it does. Fascinating, fascinating. Oh, that's a big statue head. They've done a really nice job with the vines on it. This will probably allow me to open up the closer entrance that I saw earlier behind the door. That's my guess, having not done this before. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I mean, it stops hurting as soon as the enemy is dead, because that's where the source of pain is, but... Do I have another room for another green and blue thing? Well, I don't need this victory token. I'll go ahead and use this champagne popper. Why not? Okay, yeah, I recognize that. Oh, man. There's just so many neat and interesting views. And, like, I'm exploring this area for the first time. Sort of way. Can't serve artery gash these guys. They're made of stone and have no flesh. man, this is neat looking too. They did a phenomenal job with this space. How long does this last? 18 seconds? That's a pretty good duration. Hey, you. No. Well, I used up my ID kit. Not entirely surprised. Yeah, this looks like it leads up and out. This is... Ah, man. It's just very cool to see stuff that I'm like, oh, I recognize that as a posterior Ascalon ruin, but it's being mixed with all this greenery and et cetera, et cetera. Enjoying that quite a bit. I am... Like, my inventory space is absolutely shot, but... What you gonna do? Probably not carry this random flute around, ideally. I can get rid of this igneous summoning stone I can't use. Do I care? No. I have decided I do not care. That is some massive greenery up there. Broken, busted gate. I really don't want to frenzy against those guys. They are not friendly. More of this mysterious area. More Crichton brandy while we're at it. Yeah, they're doing something very deliberate with these twisted trees and moats and stuff. These, like, crystally goop that cripples you and... dazes you. I've gotten a huge quantity of... Yeah, 10 unnatural seeds. A lot of unnatural seeds is all I'm saying. Okay, there's a lever there and then a path to the Northlands. A few more Grawl and we are out. There's a big old chain running across the screen though. That's maybe not the best screenshot, but whatever. We won't worry about that. Good old victory tokens. Have a use for victory tokens? No. We're gonna pop this? Yes. Yeah. I did that to myself. Oh, well, I got this guy to chillblains himself, and now I'm everythinged. Okay, well, that's fine then. I'm no longer everythinged. Okay, that's a lot of random loot. Another char thing. Yeah, there's a red shrine over here. I can hear birdsong. There must be another way out nearby. Here's a lever. Yeah, and then this has opened that gate that I was aware of. Access tunnels and report to Adeptus Molnix. Okay. I think I will do that. Excuse me. Just straight up took that guy down. Are these other guys taking damage just from me auto-attacking? I don't even know what's going on there. Okay. That would require me to go through groups of enemies and back around. I imagine I can just go back to Piken though. And talk to actually, no, I don't want to go to Piken yet. I think that quest labeling might be a little confusing though. That probably is like good enough that other players might want it. I need a fresh it. Ooh, nice. Improved sale value. That doesn't seem very good. A bunch of highly salvageable things. It's a lot of worn belts. I'm not sure how I would... That's a lot of wood is what that is. I don't need these materials. I don't know what I do with these plant fibers, to be honest. I just have a lot of plant fiber salvaging things. I guess I used up that entire weak salvage kit. I feel like that bow is maybe good enough that players would want it, but like selling it to them is another matter. Okay. Let's go talk to Molnix. They should probably put the quest marker on Molnix rather than just arbitrarily in the Northlands for this. So my calculations were correct. Incredible to think these tunnels have been hidden beneath our noses for so long. The door you opened is just outside Piken's gate. I'm going to head to the tunnels myself and continue my investigation. Thank you for your help, fellow seeker of knowledge. I suspect there is much yet to uncover within those tunnels. That would be true after all this time. What is this? Just worth 10 gold? I don't know if this is used for anything. I don't know if this is just there to like tease us. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to that entrance though, because he said he was gonna be there. I want to see what's up with that. Hey, a warthog. Get that as a pet. I can tell why I normally don't do streams quite this long, by the way. I am definitely feeling the old fatiguing. And these guys are full of belts. So many belts. If trophies always drop like that, I'd like the collection system a little bit more than I already do. It'd be actually reasonable to obtain them for various looting purposes. Right, I still have to make my way all the way around. The current quest marker is just to a Vanguard quest. I don't really have a reason to have it, but I do. Kill bandit ringleaders in Regent Valley. Not particularly important. Yeah, because that gate now stays open for me. That guy made the mistake of using Frenzy right before I finished casting Deathly Swarm. Shatter enchantment. Well, that's just rude. As expected. Okay, let's go figure out what's going on here. Is he in the tunnels now? I see somebody doesn't want to around. Okay. I mean, he might not be. It's kind of a long hike with a lot of fighting, to be honest. But I mean, it's not long fighting. Well, I mean, of course I have to pick up the purple die. What enchantment would I have even had on me that they wanted Chillblains in the first place? How perplexing. Every time I see that drop, I think it's something more important. And it is not. It's also possible that I'm not going to find anything, and it was just a, Oh, goodness. That was a bad frenzy. That was a really bad frenzy. Oh, these guys are level 18. These guys are no joke. Okay. That was a really bad frenzy. Okay. Huh. Well, that's definitely a different group of enemies. We'll see if I can handle them, but I might not be able to. Nothing else, I can at least get a bone horror in here, right? Nope, because the corpse despawned in the middle of my cast. How unfortunate. That was an awful frenzy. Okay, yeah, nope. I'm not soloing these guys. That's for freaking sure. Oh, hey, Lieutenant Greywind. What's up? Recent scouting reports indicate that the Char are using the tunnels beneath the Northlands to mobilize and consolidate their forces. What's more, those tunnels run right up against our northern wall. I don't know what the Char are planning, and I have no intention of waiting around to find out. You were instrumental in securing Pyken for us. Can I ask for your aid again in combating the Char threat? Mulix went ahead to the tunnels and has been conducting his own reconnaissance. He can aid you in accessing the lower levels where the Char are holed up. Show them the Vanguard won't be outmaneuvered so easily. Okay. Well, if that's literally... Yeah, we'll see how this actually plays out. If it's the same, like, level 18 guys, I am not doing that solo, but... Okay. That has them positioned at the other entrance, but maybe not. I'll go inside and see what it shows me. Using the closer entrance. I wish I had sprint so much right now. Oh my goodness. If they wanted to improve Priesthood Ascalon, all they have to do is give sprint. And like, it instantly is better. Again, I don't know what to do with victory tokens, so I'm probably not keeping that, but... I have 15 cupcakes now? My goodness, that's a lot. A lot of cupcake gaining. For now, I'm going to assume he went in the closer spot until proven otherwise. Despite, like, what the thing is showing. I could be wrong. That's fine. But we might need to, like, pick this up next time. So I don't know how much more stream I have in me. Actually, what I'm going to do is... I'm going to poke my nose in here, see how things are, but depending upon that, those results... will determine what exact course of action I take. I kind of want to do some stuff on a different character and explore sort of the posterior version a little bit of some of the stuff. So, we'll poke our nose in here, but depending upon how things are looking, this might just have to wait for like next time. Okay, the adept is right here. If I'm not absolutely destroyed by... Over here, I have something for you. By level 18 Char. Ah. You might have noticed a sealed gate on your last excursion through these tunnels. I've seen the Char coming and going through that gate. They possess a key that will grant you access to the lower level, but is safeguarded by a lieutenant. You'll need to dispatch the Char lieutenant in order to reach the lower depths and figure out what the Char are plotting. Here, I also swiped this map from one of the less observant Char. The map will help you locate the gate and find your way in these tunnels. I see. So the elemental crystal shard gives me access to this map. Okay. Well, I don't know that that was quite worth it, but it's fine to not have it in my inventory. We'll have to see if they make this soloable by level 20 character or not. Because I'll be honest, I'm very tired of fighting instantly or super weak Grawl. But I don't have a... If I could just run past them easily without them harassing me, I would, but... I don't have sprint, so... Okay. It doesn't... It appears that the super dangerous char are at least not here at the moment. Oh, we have shard elementals now. These are new. Yeah, they're spawning from that area. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this is just a new trophy then. There's a lot of loot I need to pick up after this, but... Okay. I don't know how important these elemental shard crystals are going to be, but that is interesting that they are, in fact, a renewable resource, as it were. Just part of the game now. Wild. Okay, and these guys are... Okay, level 8s that I can handle. That's good. Because I cannot handle level 18s. This is not happening. Okay. Nothing. It's fine. I can't believe they actually managed to make dungeon maps feel like a useful item. Even if just barely. Flashbacks to going through Eye of the North dungeons and getting absolutely littered with the dang things. Heh. Enchanted lodestone. More of these hulking shard elementals and regular shard elementals. I'll aggro this one, but man, these areas are nasty. Wild Brim Scourge. Okay, that's level 14. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in this area. Okay, you. I'm going to aggro you with this. Sever Artery does get some armor penetration from strength, though. I don't think I have a lot of strength on this character. I have 1 strength on this character. 1% armor penetration does not count for much, but not nothing, I suppose. I kind of want to clear out these shard elementals. They also really feel in the way over here. I also managed to import some brandy from Krita. Fascinating. Okay, hang on. I need to sort through. My inventory is full, you say? How did I fill it up? Random malarkey, I guess. This enchanted lodestone is probably not quite as good as it. Well, that's not very good. That's very good. Just improved sale value. Is that bow? That's something I might want. Brawlers. Brawlers is not bad. Okay, like, let's not walk through there. That was a mistake. Get Ventari out here. Oh, yeah, you. The dungeon key. My inventory is full. Too full for a dungeon key. Not that it uses an inventory space, but it does use an inventory space in a fake way. Kind of a little annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, this is maybe a few too many enemies at once. It'll be okay. I don't like that Chillblains, though. Chillblains is mega rude. Oh, this is overkill. Yeah. Okay, it's Necromancer, which is inconvenient, but at least doesn't strip my Chillblains or my healing enchantment. The cat does, though, which is not great. There's the necklace over here. I will pick that up. Okay. We can now go to Floor Dew. Yeah. What's down here? Don't know yet. I've never been. Destruction Shrine. That's some big bones. You might say this dungeon is big boned. And you'd be making a bad joke if you did. A lot of these areas look a lot better when you have a slight bit of motion, so you can get some of that parallaxing effect. I could not fathom my level 6 monk getting through any of this, incidentally. Yeah, I don't need these. Take out some char patrols, eh? Yeah, this is super bony. There's a lot of char down here, so I don't know which char patrol they're specifically talking about. Hey, you. Give me your health. A very weak heal area compared to its Spain signet. I think that's 0 healing prayers heal area. I think Necromancer is a good secondary in pre. Minions are cool, and once they get high enough level, actually quite useful. You got some good self-heal, some good offensive spells. Yeah, that's fine. Highly salvageable. Okay. We've got an objective marker. Let's go hunt that down. Wow, this area seems like it's got a lot going on in it, though. I want to go this way. Okay, yeah, that area is not as dangerous looking. Okay, well, no seeds for me. That's fine. Not like I'm getting these plant fibers out of here all that easily anyway. I want another minion. Okay, let's go. My army. I can get around. What's going on here? I've got some weird geometry there. Where are you going? Char patrol stalkers. These are distinct. Human intruders. Set the pot to boiling, brothers. Excuse me. My ally supply is a little low. I don't need to take out the leader, you say? Oh, strange. Well, I took him out anyway. Ooh, this area is pretty. Look at that. Nice. I don't know what's going on right now. Getting a lot of elemental shards. Neat, I suppose. I mean, it is a new item, so that by itself is cool. I have half of mine to spare, you human. If only so you may watch in his spare as Maz Scourge Heart and his army tear down your pathetic wall. Fortunately for you, I'm much too hungry. Oh, that leads to level 3. There's a third level. Okay, well, we're not doing that today. That much I am almost positive of. So I have other things that I do want to kind of attend to some extent. And I not got a lot more stream left in me. But we'll definitely be checking out more of this stuff next time, I think. It's just too cool not to. I've, like, barely explored this area. I'll do this quest, and then do some other things that I want to do in other characters. But I definitely spent a lot of my stream energy on talking about skills, and hopefully people appreciated that. These accumulate pretty quickly. Maz's elementals give me the creeps. I woke up last night and one was just standing over me, menacingly. Oh, shield stance, eh? Report to Lieutenant Greywind. Alright, we will do that. There's a lot more to see and do down here, and I can tell that, but I can also tell that I am fatiguing, so I've been going for over 5 hours now. Great work down there. You make the Vanguard proud, soldier. I bet those Char are licking their wounds right now. They'll think twice before venturing close to our wall again. What's that? You ever heard the Char speaking about an army? Tell me what you know. I wonder if Adept Mullinix has the follow-up, or who does? Well, not Adept Mullinix, that's for sure. Ah, Devona. Okay, that makes sense. Couple of highly salvageable things, some plant fibers. I want to clear out my inventory. Forward through. You know the name Scourgeheart? Perhaps you heard tell of him down in those tunnels. I've done a bit of recon myself, and I have to tell you what I discovered. A powerful Char shaman, Scourgeheart, is using his magic to assemble a legion of elementals. That's right, those crystal creatures you've seen prowling around are the shaman's creations. Maz is conducting his rituals deep underground in an old military training ground beyond the ruined village. Soon he will have assembled an army great enough to hammer down our northern wall. Before that can happen, I have a mind to do a little hammering of my own. However, I stand no chance against Maz and his army by myself. I need your help before it's too late. All right. Well, we will do that, but not today. That is definitely a thing that I am looking forward to doing in a different time. Yes. I don't really want to hang on to that because I don't want to deal with it. Excuse me. Okay. Viking. Okay, like I said, I had a few other things that I want to do today. Where is... This way, I guess. I don't know what she's doing in Ulfstead, but doesn't much matter. She does have a prominence, but... Like, this character is basically... Wow. 3 birthday vouchers. That's how long it's been since I've logged into this character, I guess. This character is basically just a warrior ranger. I have other things unlocked, but... Okay. I want to... go to Lion's Arch. Hello, Blame Tanks. You just played Guild Wars a long time ago. Can't remember if Mesmer Necro was a good combo. Thought it was. I mean, there's definitely going to be things that commend each profession combo, but... let's see. Oh, I'm going to hide these for now. But they have a lot of stuff that they've been adding, which is pretty exciting. Okay, maybe I can see why I had these on. I'm going to leave the head off, though. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set this character and join Reforged mode on her. Apparently... Yes, I can go do a quest with Devona over there. Let me go check that out. Where is my giant stash of birthday vouchers? Okay, Devona, what you got for me? I'm Devona, warrior of Ascalon. You? Yes, I've heard of you. Your reputation precedes you. In fact, when I arrived in Lion's Arch, I was hoping our paths might cross. I'd ask something of you. Let us form an alliance. I hail from a place torn asunder by violence and war. That's why I fight all the more vigorously for a just world. But don't take my word for it, friend. I prefer to let my hammer do the talking. Very well, we should travel together. Battle is often won or lost before the first weapon is drawn. However, a companionship is forged like iron upon the anvil, blow by blow, according to patience and intention. I look forward to what we can achieve together. Devona. Honor-bound, fiercely loyal Devona hails from Ascalon. Following in the footsteps of her father, an infamous warrior, she believes that a tactical approach to battle is just as important as how hard one can swing a hammer. Neat. She is level 5. That is less neat, but not surprising. Wow, what a bar, though. Earthshaker. Mighty Blow. I mean, it's not a bad bar. People are running to Pick and Square. There's probably stuff going on over there. I actually do want to do some early missions. Let's go to Chaubec. I need cost in my party for this. Dunkoro? Question mark? Sure, that works. Don't need you on aggressive. You can stick on that bar for now. Still the anniversary for a little bit yet. So I want to do some quickens to get... I forgot I had the big bird on this character. But I do. I wish I had run as 1 right now, but... whatever. I don't. Hi, Devona. I need you to level up, please. Actually, I don't know what this... She apparently has Devona's hammer. BFO hammer. It's not very good. But apparently at least it has stats now because it didn't used to. I might consider doing other, like, sending heroes around if Devona wasn't level 5, but... this is a fast mission regardless. Do I have a spear on this character that Devona could temporarily use? Probably not. Right, this is a bar that doesn't use swordsmanship. That was the idea behind it. I'm like heavily in beast mastery. It's a bit extraneous right now, but... I understand decisions that I made and why. Is that everything? Yes, it is. Okay, that should get me 1 proof of legend. Yeah, neat. Okay. Now then. For others, that would be fairly quick. I don't really want to try to do T-Arc Orchard, but I could. Yeah, it would be an easy one. Let's go ahead and T-Arc it up. This doesn't do anything there, but it's fine. I need it for damage. Poison Tip Signet would actually probably be better there, actually. I don't know why I talked to him. Do I have Poison Tip Signet on this character? It wouldn't be hard to correct that if I don't know I do. It's right there. 10 seconds. Put that over Sunspear Reaper Signet. Although Sunspear Reaper Signet is nice in some way. I'm doing some of this stuff now because I want to do it before the anniversary event ends. My plan is to make Devona a warrior assassin and give her these daggers that I'm going to be getting from this. Anybody was wondering what my motivations were. I'll probably skip Blumo. I don't know that I will. Little Subrine. I can probably skip Xylo the Drunkard. I don't need to try to get masters on this or anything. I don't think. I don't have this sitting around, do I? No. I do have Abaddon's Gate. I could go do that. Why is my bird somewhere stuck? I don't know. There we go. Wow, I really flubbed typing that. That's flex. Are you laughing at my flex? Taunt. Violin. Point. Breath. Violin again. Taunt. Oh, my pet got caught on a Vabian guard. I really don't want to run up there to go grab her. Yeah, this is actually a pre-steering shield, I believe. Because it gives decent armor. This is my Beastmaster stuff, so... I'm just gonna skip Drunkard. I assume my bird will get warped to me at the start of actual conflicts, but we'll see. No. No weakness. This would be a lot easier if I had my bird here, but... Okay, Royal Finance Minister Luda. Good. As I thought, my bird was warped to me by the cutscene. I'll pick that up. Palawa Joko, could you maybe fight the numbirds? Oh my goodness, D-Shot is my bane. Good chunk of tanned hide. Not super important to me, but good chunk of tanned hide anyway. These harpies are very tanky. As the buff terriers toss. There we go. Good stretch is a good stretch. Now then. I want run as one. There it is. I just don't have a whole lot of space. I mean, I don't really need distracting blow. I can put on a better pet attack there. Landry's is nice because of the AoE, so I will go ahead and use that. I need... Probably do Shiro Tagachi, Great Northern Wall. Ruins of Mora can go very quickly. I might bring a very bad Devona here. She needs experience points, something fierce. Yeah, that's fine. Are you... Okay, you're Soul Twist, which is good. I also kind of want... Yeah, Signal of Spirits, but I want Splinter Weapon. That's enough healing and such. One in Daylon, maybe? Oh, I see. She has Splinter. Interesting. What's Norgu? Norgu's Fevered Dreams nonsense. Neat. Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, Gwen. Okay, you're set up for fighting Shido as an illusion mage. I'll leave that. I don't need Daedalon doing this, though. Cry of frustration. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. So 65 energy gets maximum damage from that, which is fine. Yeah, okay, that's all okay. Devona obviously is not doing a whole lot here, but she can stay as she is. I don't really feel the need to tweak that bar. Oh, I have to bring General Morgan. Okay, Vec, get out of here. General Morgan, you're in. Anthem of Weariness. Not bad, not bad. I think we can do a little bit better than that, though. I'd rather bring Anthem of Flames than Anthem of Weariness. The advantage of Anthem... Actually, no, Anthem of Weariness is a little bit better. Excuse me. But maybe Anthem of Envy would be better still. This affects spirits. Anthem of Envy and Anthem of... Some of these anthems affect spirits, and others do not, so... I'm going to leave him as he is otherwise, but... Devona is just dead weight here, but I don't think it'll be too big of a problem. It's very cool to have her as a hero, incidentally. I'm glad my pet panel is staying open now. I didn't used to. I mean, Devona's not entirely dead weight. She can knock things down. It's not nothing. I do not have the most exciting bar, but... fine for now. I think Zephyr is a menace. Apparently the AI just can't believe that Devona's here and is refusing to attack her. That's how it feels anyway. Yep, there she goes. Okay, hang on. We need to clear out this garbage. Where the heck did they even drop this? All the way over freaking there? How awful. Okay. Oh. Apparently I succeeded. I wasn't paying attention. Congratulations. Devona, still only level 5. Probably just has not had enough things to give her experience points. Excuse me. Yeah. Honestly, let's just, I want to get, I don't know, Olivia maybe? It's okay. Nope. Not that bar. My heroes on this account are a lot more scattershot than they are in my main. Okay, yeah, he's set up for it. And then I want some random assassin. Zenmai probably. I don't know what the heck she's doing, but not what I need. Anton? Okay, Anton also doing random malarkey, not what I need. Well, this is fixable, but... I mean, a bunch of this is fine. You don't really need charge. Well, charge doesn't hurt anything, but I don't really need charge. Let's actually give you this. Wild Blow is the main thing that I need to happen here. And then let's go Golden Fox Strike, because that one's pretty nice. Watch yourself to help heal the, or to help protect the party, and then Res Sig, because of course. Yeah, and then you're set up to specifically hit on Shido. Yeah, I can see why I'd go Nightmare Weapon here. Okay. Yeah. This is a weird Soul Twist bar with a Shadow Song, also for Shido. I think I was killing Shido Dagachi the last time I was playing this character. There's the intermission button. Weirdly positioned, but... I do not want Kunavang's skill. Probably Brutal Assault would be better. Brutal Strike. Yeah, that's fine. For those who don't know, this applies a buff to your pet that causes steal health, so I'm reusing it for that reason. Yep, well, he's easy to kill. I don't know what you want from me. Okay. No, I just want to go do Great Northern Wall. Devona, you can hang out here with us, and I want fire elementalists doing fire elementalist things. Sure, those are acceptable fire elementalist things. I'll probably wrap after I grab these daggers and give them to Devona, but we'll do some of the stuff. Wow, I don't know, just it was very striking. Okay. These enemies are more Devona's current speed anyway. I bet I could level her super quickly by taking her through Saros Furnace. Screenshots, 938. Okay, I'm gonna need to make a new screenshot folder soon. Devona can't keep up and is having a bad day. Just flag them there. They can fight stuff. I'm just gonna run through. I'm not too worried about enemies here. I have pet mending. And permanent speed boost, so yeah. Wouldn't be a problem. I might even level up fighting some of these Grawl. Wouldn't that be exciting? She did. She's level 6 now. Neat. That's so obnoxious. Not all I can do about that snare, though. Or that snare. One of them is cast by the enemy. The other is you're walking through tar, and it is unpleasant. I don't know how they're doing 0 damage sometimes. I don't have damage reduction like that, but they are, in fact, sometimes just straight up doing 0 damage. Yeah, here's some of those crystals as well. I wonder if they're actually like full crystal objects stuck under the ground, or like how they're specifically approaching doing that. Because there's different ways that you could do that. This area that always makes me think of Lego bricks. My party is about to warp to me, so I'm going to cancel the flag. For better or for worse. Yeah. This is apparently like... Yeah, so I can recognize some of the same assets. Goal completed. Open your quest log to view. For those who don't know why I might want to give Devona daggers, by the way, if you look at the Prophecies cinematic trailer, it shows Devona dual wielding swords and doing all sorts of like acrobatic flippy moves, not wielding hammer. So it feels very appropriate for her to wield daggers in my mind, as kind of a callback to that trailer. So I kind of want to get her a good set of daggers to do that with, and this is an easy way of acquiring some. Technically she's like dual wielding swords, but that's not a thing in this game, so the closest you can get to is daggers that look like swords or whatever. So that's kind of the approach that I'm going for right here. We're taking things nice and easy. This is a freaking long stream for me, though, let me tell you what. But I also I know that there's a new dungeon that they have for post-steering, and I want to do it on this character as well. So I might spend some time like doing some stuff between streams to get some anniversary related things. I don't know. I don't know what my plans are. I don't have any plans. There's just speculation about what I might do in the future. But I do want to try to get some stuff potentially. In particular, I'm interested in the leadership hammer now when I wasn't before.
You're back.
I am. My front too. Okay, let's go grab that from Embark Beach. I think the anniversary goes until like the 6th, so that's also why I might do some things off stream. What challenge did I do? Dragon's Restraint. Yes. There's also an argument that this character might want Scorpion's Clutch if she doesn't have it already, but I'm not worrying about any of these things too terribly much. Soul's Repentance is really good. And for heroes, Abaddon's Gate, Sunjing District. Oh, I apparently did Sunjing District on this character. Okay. Sure, why not? This will be good for Devona. Heh, brought her to level 7. Iron Forgeman. Well... Northrop Ward. Oh, man, I just did Shawback Village, though. Whatever, I'll take that. We can do that again later. Okay. I'm not sure if Devona can wield these right now. So if I take all of these attribute points and I stick them into Dagger Mastery, you can get up to 9. Nice. Okay. Let's make sure she has that instead. Deposit all materials. And these also. I don't think any of these things are going to be worth much. This might be. Yeah. What is this? Prodigies? Okay. That's still worth stuff. One must assume the answer is yes, on account of it's not even available. Yeah, okay. Minor marksmanship has some value too, huh? Don't know why I have these floating around, but I'm sure they were for a purpose, so they can continue to float around. No, that's not the merchant. That's the rune trader. Okay, yeah. This scythe is worth identifying as well. Okay, it wasn't, but, you know, it could have been. Yeah, it was. I'm kind of feeling... Knight's Insignia. Stone Fist always goes on gloves. I don't know why I'm feeling Knight's Insignia. That's just what I am feeling. I'll grab our Minor Tactics while I'm here. I'll probably give her Superior Strength. I'm gonna give her a Clarity Rune as well, I think. She's gonna have room for it. Clarity and Restoration, maybe? Wow, a lot of people have come back and cleaned out the Rune Traders, that's for freaking sure. Yeah. And then that's gonna be Superior Strength. I'll give it to her now. It's probably terrible, but... Okay. That's what I'm going to do for that. I want to do other stuff with other characters at other points in time, but... I don't know where you actually go for this new dungeon. We might find the quest for it and then wrap up with that in our quest log. It's probably in Ascalon City, not down here. I don't know why I thought it was down here. Well, I know why I thought it might be down here, but I don't think it is. War Master Titus. The Troublesome Artifact. Yeah, this is a... Yes. Just never did it, I guess. The Eldritch Sextant that's being handed around. This is a quest that's been around for... Yes, ages and ages. Yeah. I don't actually know who to talk to for this new quest. Maybe I should check the wiki. What does it say? Ah, yes. Okay. That saves me a great deal of wandering around. Question is, have I done this? I don't have it in my quest log. That doesn't mean much. Okay, probably then. It's good for experience points, so it wouldn't surprise me. Man, I need her to get a few more levels so she can actually use that. That's Corpse Slider. That's a heck of a name. Apparently, I need to have done the Althea's Ashes quest chain. Which, as far as I can tell, this character has. I have Frontier Gate Fugitives and Cities of Ascalon. But I didn't see the other quests in that area, so I'm going to guess that I have. And I should be able to find Althea out here somewhere, is what it indicates. I don't actually know where. I'll pick that up. It's not quite worth it, but I don't really know where. So I'm going to just head towards Desa, I guess, for now. But I should be able to get a new quest chain from that. So I want to do that. Normally you find Althea's ghost in Disa Lowlands. I think is the name. Yeah, Disa Lowlands. Sosuke is just smoking these guys. Kind of rubbernecking for her. I definitely want to be wrapping up soon, though. It'll be time to eat. Yeah, this area is definitely more devoted to speed, though. I bet she's able to, like, negate a ton of their damage just because of the Knight's Insignia and Superior Rune of Absorption. Man, this game is beautiful. Okay, I'm going to head towards Desa, and then if I don't see her there, I'm going to just look up the location. Because I don't know 100% if I'm fulfilling the conditions correctly, and I don't want to wander the entire map looking for her if I, haven't fulfilled the conditions unbeknownst to me. I didn't see any lingering quests in Pyken, so that's why I kind of figure I've done it. A lot of Char Fire Callers around here. Okay, I'm not seeing her show up between here and there, so... Man, it'd be really nice if they had some sort of way of sending yourself stuff from pre. I don't know what that would look like, but... Okay, I don't feel like wandering over the entire map, so just give me a moment to investigate. Big pit south of Pyken. Okay. Gone the wrong direction entirely. It sounds like it's in this area. It's gonna be faster to re-go. Yeah, because I don't have quests here. You can't actually do Althea's Ashes on a foreign character. I wonder how they handle that. Man, pets are actually not very good here. Oh, there she is. Okay, and Forsaken Tunnels again is the name. I don't... This might be a similar location, actually. I'm not actually sure how they compare. I like the idea of them figuring out ways of adding heroes to prophecies, though. And I'd like them to figure that out for factions, too. Actually, what I'd love in factions is for you to be able to get your classmates as heroes. Like Mai and etc. Hello, Ghost of Althea. Thanks to you, my body has been laid to rest. Like me, you may wonder why I yet remain on this plane. I can only surmise that my true purpose remains undiscovered. I can hear the cries of so many aggrieved spirits. They need... Is there a proper space there or not? Lost like myself until very recently. They call out for help from the very ground beneath our feet. This war has stolen countless lives. Many of the fallen were not soldiers, but regular people who sought only to live regular existences, to raise families and pursue passions, to be happy, to be safe. The steering and the war that followed have torn asunder so many dreams. Many of these spirits retreated underground to the place the living now call the Tunnels of the Forsaken. There the spirits wander, malcontent and desperate for a way to escape the scorched battlefields they once knew as home. Will you aid me in granting those spirits peace and passage from this wicked world? I'll help calm the spirits of the dead. Okay, well, let's investigate this a little bit. Man, it is very exciting to have new Guild Wars 1 content. Oh, man. Storm Riders and... Okay, we got Shard Elementals again here. Yeah, these are a little bit higher level, but we're still going to absolutely churn through them. Okay, my pet panel is not staying open like I thought it was. That's okay. Live vicariously. Interesting choice. What's my inventory doing? Blunted Spirit. Withered Spirits. Interesting. Yeah. They're doing some serious stuff down here. This is very cool. This is very cool. Oh, that's a good sign. To these... Yep, nope, that's still bad spot. Still bad spot. Let's give him a moment to recover. Have a candy cane sword. For some reason. This guy's bar is... Oh boy, my whole team is suffering from not having random spirits around. Didn't realize that when I put this team comp together. Okay. Bit exaggerated to say I put it together. Wow. The degen from that is brutal. Yeah, no. Divino's going to go down a lot with degen that high. That's just a large group of foes. Like, I can sustain myself because I have a self-heal, but... And I can keep my pet alive. I am personally very durable. The rest of my team is struggling in that category. Interesting. I'm getting Decayed Aura emblems from them. Shouldn't read too much into that, I think. Okay, Divana leveled. Doesn't have enough for more Hammer Master yet. That's fine. I can accommodate Decayed Ord Emblems, so we'll do that. Ah, Funeral Pyre. Oh, we've got some Furious Ghosts attacking us now. This reminds me of the Eye of the North one where you have to light the flame and things come to sap it. It's not quite the same, but it's very similar. Morale boost is good. Man, this is really cool. I wonder what their long-term plans are going to be. It definitely feels like they're trying to find ways of introducing heroes into prophecies while adding some new dungeon content. Hang on, I've got which I think is really neat. Yeah, but what's over here? Ooh, that area is tantalizing and awful looking. I have a feeling there's like a multiple part quest to some of this area, or like I can almost certainly come back and explore it more later, right? Oh man, it's very cool. What I'm saying. Oh man, Port Avona is just too underleveled for this stuff. That's okay. Eventually she'll level up enough to be a contributing member of the team. Yeah, we've got the Furious Ghost spawning on us now too, because I got close enough to the Funeral Pyre. Let's see. Victory tokens might be something I want here, though. I already have max party points, so I don't need to save those. On my character going for Gwam. My Gwammiest character. Okay, we need to come over here. I'm just gonna tell my dudes to come over here because I need to actually like be triggering this and not being distracted by dudes hanging around various places. Spirit Light is a much worse self-heal if you don't have any spirits around. I can probably solo a bunch of level 7s, honestly. I sense the fear and pain in this area lifting. Come, speak with me over here. I will, Ghost of Althea. Oh, you're a full level 12. Neat. You have done a great service to these poor spirits. May they find peaceful passage to the mists. For all the dead fallen victim to this war, there are as many living refugees yet clinging to hope. While Prince Rurik and King Adelburn feud over military tactics and politics, many Ascalonians seek only to carve out a place beyond the violence of war, where families can be safe, where lives can be lived rather than sacrificed. I venture to say that these departed spirits have done us a service in turn, for they have led us here to this ancient village. We shall make of this place a haven for our brothers and sisters, living and dead, in need of a place to lay their heads. I hope you return and visit us, friend. These tunnels provide a haven for the war from the war above. For now, I'll do what I can to help these people carve out a living. We're expecting a shipment of supplies that have not yet arrived. If you're traveling that way, could you check in with Cop, the Quick, and Pike and Square and see when we can expect those supplies? Oh, okay. I can definitely come back here and explore more. A lot of stuff down here. But also, I'm getting hungry and it is getting late, so I'm going to go check in with Cop at the Quick. You are new and have a quest for me. Huzzah. The places a fellow can lay his head without worry or threat are disappearing faster than I can cross the breach. And they don't call me Quick for nothing, mind you. A group of refugees set up an encampment in the tunnels of the Forsaken. I traveled from Ascalon City with a shipment of supplies for them, but those tunnels are rife with bandits and monsters. There's a reason I wasn't called Cop the Strong. Can you make sure these supplies are delivered safely to the refugees? Okay. Supply shipment. Neat. This is just the same quest, right? Yeah. They should fix that and make it Necromancer only, but here we are. Oh, it's this one, right? Yeah. Where am I putting victory tokens these days? Anywhere? Here. Don't worry about that. Okay. I don't know why I have this, but it's garbage. I don't need it. Okay, Riley. Okay, so that's going to be it for me for today. I do want to continue doing these things, though. So that's probably what I think I'll probably continue taking a break from the quest for unlocking all skills to be able to explore some more of these things, because I think that's rather interesting. I might do some stuff off stream to get some just quick run-throughs of missions to get more proofs before the thing ends, so I can get some of the additional weapons on some characters who I might want them on. But that's gonna, like I said, that's gonna go ahead and be it for. This feels really high up for me for today. So I hope you all have enjoyed the super long stream as I have looked into some of the new stuff that they have added. It's been very exciting and filled up my screenshot folder quite a bit. So until next time, everyone, thank you for watching. Take care and goodbye.